button time.
And then I should tell everyone as well that we're streaming. Hey, people should know, I guess. If I'm gonna suffer, people need to come watch me suffer. They don't have to, is the thing. But it's nice.
They should. they should though.
It's very
Highlight of the
funny.
week.
Would recommend.
Come watch me be miserable at the very end of this game. I think we do have to do a little bit of Oh my god, that was so loud. Why was that?
thing
It
I've
was a
ever
little loud.
Oh, why is it so? Why did it go back up? Because it always goes back up. It never doesn't go back up. I just forget that I have to change the volume every time. Hi Smiley. It's fancy seeing you here. Definitely haven't spoken to you recently. Is that's still very loud. That looks better.
Still a jam though.
Now, Sylvie, when I played this on my stream, it got muted. The song.
Yeah.
Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. Okay, I think volume should be fine. If it's not, somebody tell me and we'll fix it. Not people who I am talking to at the moment in this chat. If you could tell me if it sounds fine by comparison, that would be great. But if not, that's also fine.
Just let us know in the last 20 minutes. They're like,
Yeah.
oh, shit.
Be like, hey, in case your microphone's been muted the whole time, the stream's been way too loud, I can't hear nobody. Right as we're getting ready to raid out, that would be wonderful. Thanks, friends.
That's my biggest fear while I've been recording stuff, because I don't have chat to like rely on
Right?
you to tell me that I've been muted this whole fucking time.
That's when you hit record and you do all your stuff, but you take like 5 minutes while you're recording to check everything so that you can make sure it's all fine, and it's all fine. Fuck, what were we doing? We might have to grind, right?
Yeah.
That was a thing. Also, this still feels
Sure, it's
so
fine.
loud.
You're level 20.
Yeah, but also I think the next level is like 2 levels higher than what we've been doing, which means I need to be like level 50, right? That's how this works. Is there anything? Oh, can I...
Do Blizzaga and Blizzara for Blizzagaga.
For triple blizzard, which is Blizzaga, basically. Triple Blizzaga with blizzard boost. You love to see it.
Big cold.
I wish I had deep freeze. It's been fucking hot as balls lately.
Smiley, please.
That's a good comment.
Do I need to turn everyone up?
Just a tippy toe tap.
Just a tippy toe tap.
A tippy.
Except
I can-
Nem used 2 tippy taps.
Okay.
I can move closer to the microphone, that might help.
No one wants me to get closer to the fucking microphone.
Nem is the quietest. Okay, I can turn Nem up a little bit. Nem, do you want to say some things?
Hello. I'm so ready for this excitement that is the Kingdom Hearts madness.
Is that better, or do we need another tippy toe? That is better.
Also,
Okay.
Smiley, now you can hear me. I do. I was gonna submit a ticket.
No,
I do have
please.
a problem with my Zelda.
Here we go. Here we go.
He's not here.
These are-
I
these
decided
are-
to name up the
these are
Zelda.
work-free hours!
Zelda.
We're not doing it! Please! I'm gonna cry! Ah! Yeah, right?
God
Smiley,
damn.
Smiley
There we
knows what's up.
Look, I'm slaying everyone, and my score still reads, oh. This cartridge is bunk.
Oh my god. Okay, well, while the Fruity's having this personal problem of theirs, I need...
I've got problems too. My T Harone is really weird. And I don't know why it doesn't
T-Harone.
work.
Sorry. T-Harone. I don't know why that was as funny as it was to me, but it was. I need Zero Gravira to become Zero Graviga.
To make
To make Magic Hour, actually.
Oh.
Wait, I don't have
Magic
Blitz,
hour.
do I? Oh, I don't. Hold on. Barrier Surge? I do have Barrier Surge. We need a Roga.
Go.
A Roga.
You got it,
Past
Roga.
Chase was a gamer. Oh my god,
Which
you have
is
so much
fair.
stuff.
I do. I got so many things. Look, I was prepared today because I would like to get through this. I would like to be done with this. I would like to never have to play this ever again.
That's a good
If-
motivator.
If we're being real honest, I can't smash those bits just yet. Why can't? Oh, Barrier Surge can't because I have nothing that I can smash that with because this needs to be a higher level. Okay. What do I put here? Triple Blizzard. Where is my Triple Blizzard? There it is. Is there anything else that there's not really anything else I need to level up, is there?
Can we get Triple
No.
Thunder?
Oh.
Just go hog wild.
Is that a thing?
It
Triple
might be.
everything.
Sylvie,
Love
can you
going
check
hog
for
wild.
me? You were my
I
like
shall cheek.
official, unofficial Smash person, so
Smash person.
yep.
Hi, it is me, the Smash person. They dial me up to Smash, and I tell them, like, yo, I'm not that kind of Smash. You're smashing your Blizzards and your Blizzardies together. I don't do the smashing. I tell you how to smash.
You coached me through the smashing.
So,
Perfect. Great.
Um,
Love it. Hey, there's a box. No, Aqua, please. We can't start like this. I don't remember what we were doing.
There is not a Triple Thunder.
That's tragic.
There is Fundaga Shot.
No, that's not what I
that Aqua
want.
has, but I don't know what that is or if it is good.
It's not
That's
what I
meta.
want. Yeah, it's not real, therefore I don't want it.
That's true. The internet's a lie.
It is. We've
That's
we've
what Bill
learned
Gates
this.
taught me.
I don't want to be here like at all. Actually,
Why did we
He's-
come here?
I don't know. I don't remember what we were supposed to
Oh.
do. How do I?
I need to go to have
Yeah.
the gravity exist.
But how do I make gravity? Oh.
Turns around.
Listen,
Oh.
listen, I forgot that there was one up here. I thought it was just the one downstairs, and I was like, that doesn't make any sense to me. Game
Like that,
explain.
Screen gets a sad face when there's gravity.
It's
Gravity
a sad
sucks.
thing.
What's gravity ever done for me?
I want to fly around.
Can they move away from the edge?
Please come over here, sir.
Okay.
He
Well,
was
the other
broken.
guy
Just
is
accept me, okay.
downstairs, right? Hi. No, no, you need to. No!
Oh. Yeah, to see it.
Hold on. No, he went. Okay.
He's back. On full health.
Why?
it's a smart enemy.
Oh no.
He has to give you like 2 XP. It's fine. Just leave him.
No,
alone.
it's not. He's here, and I have to do a murder.
He's just a baby.
Oh my god. He's horrible, and I hate him.
Horrible baby.
Terrible, awful baby. Hey. See that? I see that sticker.
What? What spawned?
No. Okay. Great. Great.
Hey.
Great. something upstairs spawned. Those spawned. There are things spawning everywhere, and I don't care enough. I think.
It's too annoying to fight them in this room.
Yeah, this
Yeah.
part fucking sucks.
Oh.
And you can jump so high that all the enemies despawn.
Pro moves.
Kind of love that. That's pretty great. I'm glad I went the right way, because I wasn't sure.
It's Bob.
It's my
Whoa,
baby and I
watch
love
the
him.
tone.
What did you just call me?
What the fuck you just say to me?
Also, why is Aqua a cop?
Echo, why are you a cop?
She's the fun police.
So it really does belong to you. But where have you seen that shape?
His copy he made of good luck charm that boy Tara
Looked at the
showed-
window.
Tara said friend charm was very protective of it.
He really said that to you?
Yes.
My stinky
Are you
boy!
still alright? Tara.
No, he's
Not
not.
committing
He's so
murder.
smelly.
Little Bob
No.
Yeah.
was hesitating in his genetically
He's
programmed
still
destructive
so
instinct. Just look at
stinky.
him.
I haven't done
That's a
anything
baby.
smelly. Cuts them doing all this dark volleys.
What are you doing?
How do we find
Trying
the,
to capture
the
them
big
alive?
shack man?
That's fine.
Take a new approach. All
Get
right.
fucked, Gantu.
Any last words before I blast you into a million pieces?
There's Gantu aliens for Big Shack Man.
I think so.
Big bone. Freeze!
It's a big sharkman.
Yeah.
Stop it!
Stitch, you can suplex him. It's fine.
Right?
Stay out of it.
I guess
Yeah,
we'll
why
have
is
to
Stitch
use the hard
scared?
way.
To be like, this dweebus coming at him.
I gotta throw him at the enemy. Sir, can you not?
He has a gun with the
fuck?
biggest bullet hitboxes of all time.
For real?
He broke all the boxes. Oh, he's spraying and praying.
Oh, this is not a good move that he's found. Please keep doing that one and don't do the one where you just shoot.
Right?
I've seen too many Marvel movies where it like spins around the camera around them. They're all in a circle. And he's spinning around. It's really inefficient, but it looks really cool.
Oh, well. This is fine.
This is too much spinning. This is too much.
It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. He's doing the
I am
stupid move
angry.
again.
That is the worst move in the whole game.
Yeah. It's fine.
Oh, with that Grippo Ripper.
That's right. I'm
Also,
ready.
welcome in, Flowers. How's it going?
Flowers.
Wow. The final lad Shackman.
Can he stop making me not do my thunder move? Because I would like to do my thunder move on him.
I do like that Stitch is just stuck on his head.
No, don't throw Stitch. It's so rude.
Wait, get me out of here! Wait, Stitch!
Oh god, what? Stitch!
Stitch wouldn't mind.
I needed it
This
for
would
the
probably mind
iframes,
immensely.
Oh, no.
but I also needed to heal, was the very important part there. Sir? No, come back!
Don't get stunned, you asshole.
No.
Hold still.
Oh god, the
Ice
triple blizzard
right in the
butt.
asshole.
No.
Ice Cube's way up in there.
Told him he needed to chill.
I observed everything you
Very
want.
uncomfortable.
Yeah.
Insides are cold.
It's fine. It'll pass in a couple of minutes.
You've been of great
Stitch
service,
just
Aqua.
standing there.
What is he doing over there?
Idling.
What did you do with those
Chilling.
ice cubes?
When you return, you're back on patrol.
Even 66 isn't that much of a monster.
It's like, whoa, that's messed up.
Stitch, I'm sorry. I didn't mean it.
Please, Your Highness.
I thought
I
you would
was
be
grabbing on
proud.
his face and pissing in his mouth, and I thought that was mean. But no, you just rammed an ice cube up his butt.
I cannot release such a madness.
But it seems to me he's at least trying to make friends.
Oh, jeez.
And dangerous or not, I really
Look at this
believe he can
cute
succeed.
little goober.
Very well, Aqua.
Love him.
Completely
If he
just
behaves
standing
himself,
idle.
I will
Doing the
Oh,
Mike
God.
Wazowski thing.
Has not moved an inch.
He's been permanently traumatized by the ice cubes.
I
I'm
like it.
sorry.
Do you think maybe my circle of friends could become part of yours?
Depths of
My
violence,
name is
even.
Aqua.
They should know
Friends
about.
are
Oh my god, ice
He's
becomes water.
terrified
He's
by it.
afraid of water. It all makes sense now.
Mm-hmm. He was doing it
Stands
again.
up, wagging his old butt.
Stitch, you're too good for this world. I love you so much.
It's just too good for this game.
I think that
It's
Keyblade makes your
true.
thunder do more damage, which you'll probably love.
Hey!
Does it work on Thunder Shot though?
I imagine it should, I hope. It's got thunder in the name.
No. Okay, I need to swap these. And
One more world, that's all you gotta do.
Alright.
that's not ready. Oh wait, I can put a new thing in there though.
Final smashable thing.
New thing. What do I want?
Just stuff to smash, I guess, for more abilities.
Yeah. What do I want to smash?
What the hell's that balloon letter?
I don't know, and I don't care. Where did it go? It's just an item, isn't it?
I have no idea.
It's like
No!
combination scene.
Why is it like
Just-
this?
Just the menu setting you up.
Can be used once to completely restore my D-Link.
Alright.
Or you could just use your D-Link and then quickly cancel it and then still have the full D-Link gauge.
Right? Consider. None of these are great. Here's the thing. I'll throw. Wait, no, not that fire.
That's a complete fire.
That's a full fire. Fire's been doing some good work for us, so let's make more of those.
Yeah. Make triple fire Agger again and just have two.
How great would that be, though? Consider.
It's me again.
Fucking hell.
48-year-old child.
Can we combine triple Fire Agger and triple Fire Agger?
For sextuple Fire-Aga?
Yeah.
Would it
Yeah,
double it
then
or
we
would it
combine
triple?
two.
Yeah, I was gonna say, can we just call it Sex Firaga? There we go.
No.
Aw.
All the more reason to get that triple Blizzaga in there. Should
Three
not be
times
burning.
three. It could be
Doing your ice cubes.
non-neutral.
Yeah.
And then we times that by 3, and we get
My
27 fires
God.
in a row.
What do you mean?
Just never
I never said
stops.
girls can't be part of the gang. Come on, Tink. The more the merrier.
I'm sorry, but I have something else I need to take care of.
Sorry, I can't join your stupid gang.
I have
Aw.
enough stupid children to look after.
Right?
I guess we'll just
Again with the whole flashing Tinkerbell's panties? I don't... Why?
Yeah, I don't. Hmm.
All right.
Why?
You win. I'll join
just
you for
not.
one extra
Right?
level.
Oh, These horrible children need to go away. Oh boy.
We're here. And this mark
Hooray.
here is where we'll find the treasure.
How can you tell where you are, Aqua?
Wow, she looked at where the treasure was. She's real smart.
There's a big X there.
Tinkerbell. And you are?
Aqua.
So you're Aqua.
Have you?
First stop, Mermaid Lagoon.
Huh?
Aquafina.
No. Okay.
Okay, bye, Peter. We need to go to
You're on
Mermaid
your
Lagoon. Fucks right on off.
Even though we can make all of us fly, the
Right.
bastard.
Nope, we have to walk on foot.
Nah, fuck him, Tink.
Okay. Just had to aggressively spin for a minute. It's fine. Oh boy.
Some of the Kingdom Hearts rage getting out.
Don't worry about it.
Save it for the next boss, cause you're on a roll.
For now.
Yeah.
The trick is remembering how to get anywhere. It's not. This isn't the way to the spot on the map.
Of course. Couldn't you read the map a second ago? Didn't you know where to go?
No, I'm map illiterate.
We
I'm
have
not
a
as
lot of
smart
sense
as
until we see the
Aqua.
first enemy.
You wanna know where the treasure was? That genius like
Oh
Aqua.
no, I don't
It's
do
fine.
it.
Our spells are that. Never mind.
No.
Well,
Well,
like I was saying, we have confidence until the first enemy shows up.
Yeah.
every time.
Well, you know, at least they don't do anything, so we can just... If we can find a few of this guy, we can probably grind up pretty quick. Quick might be the wrong word, since
Yeah.
10,000 hits to kill.
Yeah.
I do love those bananas on the heads, though.
That is great.
That's a thumbs up for me.
Fuck. No. This guy.
Oh god, it's the healing.
Oh.
No.
Even they take forever.
At least they don't fly away.
Oh, but it does take too long to do a
What if the
murder.
birds could heal?
No.
They drop little potions on the enemies.
Yeah.
My mind just blown. Mere thought of it.
That's
Please
crazy.
don't make us
I'm
find
gonna
birds
include
in the
that in my
D&D
mod.
session.
Oh god.
I would actually cry. Is the thing.
That's
Please.
all I'm going for.
I need him to stop.
Oh.
He's just dancing. Why are we murdering this poor lad?
Because I need his points.
No.
Wearing a banana on his head without a license. The balance of all crap.
Okay, alright.
15,000 hits.
And I don't think I leveled up at all during that, which
Oh.
is
No.
tragic. So that's cool. Love that for me.
Yeah.
Okay,
It's
Captain.
all
What is
the
that?
Peter Pan, I have the high ground.
We're on an expedition. Can't I show you up some other day?
You show me up now. We can give back me treasure.
Who's that?
Ah, that's just
Just has a wooden sword in it. You don't want it.
I'll
It's
play
bad
you
treasure.
little bits, boy.
It's got Ventus's poopy wooden sword in it. They literally pulled out his eyes. You don't want it, Captain Hook.
Signal! Fire!
Uh-oh.
Wouldn't be this world if there weren't cannonballs the whole first half of it.
Yeah.
Oh look, normal enemies that still take forever
I
to
It's
kill.
so
don't
much health.
like it. I don't like it. I just want to do a fight on these guys, but I can't because there's cannonballs.
That's the opening phrase I want to hear when meeting these
That's
enemies.
the-
That's
yeah,
so
the
much
one that
health.
Well, there's a healing guy.
Yo.
Oh no.
I mean, maybe there's because we're playing with the two PlayStation 4s strapped together, might be a random modification that you can do to just insert levels.
Here's the thing that requires me to dick around with stuff that I have no interest in.
It's
Otherwise-
a last resort, but it's there.
Yeah, no, it's true. We'll keep it in mind. If we
You
can
do
keep,
damage when you do that in this mode.
yeah,
for
it's
2
like as long
seconds.
as I can keep
Yeah.
getting blade charge, it's going to be annoying, but that did nothing. But at least it's something. No.
Oh yeah, Thunder mode on the Thunder Boy.
Oh,
let's
yeah.
go.
So
No!
Welcome
I
in,
was-
Sanyu.
Trying to get out of the corner.
Hi, Simon. We're playing Kingdom
So
Hearts,
hi,
Kesh's favorite
Simon.
series.
It's
Yeah.
horrible here. I don't want to be here anymore.
Keisha's volunteered to play the rest of the Kingdom Hearts games in the series.
No, that's
Uh,
incorrect. That is
And
not.
then go back
That's
and do
not
all the other
true.
ones, too.
Oh, yeah.
No, that's not.
This is
That's
the warm-up
not.
one.
No. 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 Just no. Okay. Okay. We can do damage for like a second. That's nice. Look
I think
at
what I
that.
used to do was like I would wait, like I'd attack and then not fill out the whole gauge and just wait around until the bar went down to like nearly 0 and then I just whack them again with blade charge. That's what I would do, and it was very sad, but it worked.
Again, that requires me paying attention, and I'm not good at that on the best of days. Especially with a game that I just don't care about. I just want to level
That's
up.
how much Kesh loves Kingdom Hearts.
Mhm.
That was so dedicated.
It's not.
Good.
No!
There's two
Please!
healing boys. Can one heal the other?
Yes.
Oh no.
Yes, they can.
Oh no.
No, 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 no.
I love that that move just pushes them out of range.
Don't. Not nice.
It's great.
No. Okay. Fuck.
Oh, you only need 6 points for the next level.
And then one level will change you from doing no damage to actually reasonable damage.
What's up?
Usually it takes like 2 levels.
Okay. Okay.
That's
like
good
a-
damage.
To try and like pad out the length, to put like a modifier in there. So like, if you're lower level than the enemies, you just do less damage, even if like the stats don't necessarily tell the whole story.
No,
I do
please.
love triple Blizzaga.
It's very good. The triple spells in general are kind of our workhorse right now. They're just carrying us through everything.
Oh, you're doing like twice as much damage as you were.
Thank
Yeah.
God. Oh
Just need a
boy.
magic
Well,
level up.
strength once.
Oh, I guess everything's fine now.
The mark on the map points all the way up there.
Does it? Because I don't think that's how
No.
maps work. It's not a topographical map.
Pixie dust and we'll be there in a jiffy.
Oh my goodness, these
We
idiots.
never had to fly that high before.
Well,
If we fall.
time to
Hey,
get
wait,
ready to
you
do
two
it.
cowards.
Then you'd be fucking dead.
Don't you think
This is between me and them, Aqua. Men, only the bravest of the brave can claim that treasure.
Yeah, we know.
Hold on just a second, I'm sorry.
Tink, if you would. They haven't
Oh,
gone all
nice.
day. Here we go!
Wow.
Peter Pan.
Oh boy, I'm flying. Oh no, not with the motion sickness.
Ah! Ah! Okay, sorry. I didn't know. I understood I was supposed to go up, but the way that it moved was not what I was anticipating, and I got scared. It's fine. No, no, no. You're
Oh,
leaving.
he's got a lot of health.
Got a lot of health.
Also, he's very close to the edge.
Oh,
Oh!
my
Fucking
God.
walked off!
Yo,
I
high
can't-
levels.
I love this lock
Drat.
on.
And there he is again on full health.
No! My baby!
You
Another
stay in the
one.
corner.
Geniuses.
It's a smart AI here.
Horrible.
See, maybe stacking up on some more of those triple fire aggies ain't looking so bad.
Right though? Wait, no, please get up there. Oh boy! Great. What a useful time for that to happen.
It's
I
fine,
didn't think
we
she was
can,
gonna grab it.
Sledgehammer. Next time we find guys. Oh, it's the guy who's resistant to thunder.
We got a
Ooh,
fire
fire
agger
agger
though.
good,
We
though.
can get a fire and then make triple fire agger again.
Beautiful. No! Aqua! Aqua, grab it!
Oh, Aqua, why would you do this? Oh.
Oh. This is fine.
I'm gonna
Get to
cry.
enjoy this part of the map now.
Yeah.
Turned into little balls and it was very funny.
Yeah, you say it became middle ball.
No!
It was very
Oh,
cute.
Ooh.
My guy was stunned and confused. She just casually threw him off a cliff.
Aqua, where are you going? You have to stop just going wild.
This wall section kind of intense, yo.
Heck, well,
don't
please, you
like
have to stop going hog wild.
I love the wiggly camera.
Where okay, it's fine. Everything
Simon,
is
we
fine.
can't be else. Can't have weight.
Please, I can't be trusted in the air. Okay, Aqua, you actually have to touch the thing this time. There you go.
It's very funny when you jump through it the first time.
Yeah.
Depth perception is hard, chat. Okay, it's a thing that happens.
I don't.
That's time
can't-
lucky. This is the rock.
I was so worried that the enemies were gonna respawn. Ah, well, I spoke this.
That one guy he's always
We're
there.
ignoring him because he doesn't matter. We hate him actually.
Hey!
Hey,
Dude,
Okay.
I was very worried you weren't there.
for a split
Changing
second.
one step too far. Time Splash is a pretty good ability, actually, I think. Well,
What
that's-
is happening?
Oh, camera! Oh!
Yeah.
The lock-on is really good in this area. The only time it's ever good. No!
Just don't move until the camera comes back.
No sudden movements.
Honestly, horrible, and I hate it, and I don't want to be here anymore. No, no, we're going the wrong way. No, you're going the wrong way.
She's running for it.
I can't take it anymore. Keep gonna get my triple move. Stop
God,
getting
they
your
have
triple
attacks.
moves.
I was just walked off the edge and stopped you getting XP.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was anticipating was gonna happen there, and I was going to be very upset.
Look at all the crowns we got.
That can go away, because I want that in there. And then...
You can also fuse the two fires together.
Yeah!
And we can level that and make another triple fire angle.
Honestly, that is what I am going for at this point.
Magic haste, that's great. Get our spells
Beautiful.
back faster.
And then I can do this with Barrier Surge. And we got Magic Hour. Cool. Great. Wonderful.
I believe
Why
Magic
is
Hour gives
Magic
you quite a lot of invincibility frames when you
Oh.
use it.
Slots.
Oh.
Get rid of Thundera, I guess.
Yeah. Is it Time Splice?
It uses two thoughts as well. It's more of a physical. It's more for like terror
Mhm.
and stuff, I think. So
Okay.
Why do we only go for lady?
yeah, you have to like make it, and it's really expensive to make.
Well, you didn't have to make it. We're just sitting around in a box.
We just
but
happened to
didn't
stumble
have
upon
Peter
it.
Pan to get us up here before.
Yeah. Hey, it's
To
kind of
make
dumb
these
up
horrible
here.
orbs that bounce you.
Come here.
No,
Come
you
here.
stay right here.
He's just standing precariously on the edge, like Kaiba when he's daring Caligari to take his last
I
life point.
I dare you to hit me. Horrible.
You wouldn't do it, Yugi.
Here's the thing, I fucking would.
You're a third-rate duelist with a fourth-rate deck.
Dang. Okay. Well, there's that. Y'all gotta hydrate. Y'all gotta do it. You gotta do the hydrate thing. Where am I going? Oh, there's another thing there. Are you kidding me?
I like the pretty sword spin effect when you go up, though.
It's pretty good.
Oof. Oof. Already almost out of water.
Me too.
Here's the
It's
thing.
been
I've been
intense.
hydrating so much. Not these things. Not these things.
Oh, bird too.
Yeah, I'm ignoring him. He's not part of this group. Is the thing. There's a box. I get the box.
You
Nope.
just see the shadow of the bird looming.
Always. Ah!
Ah,
Impossible.
inconceivable. Nicely done.
Fuck you, bird. If I can manage to get him down, then it's great and fine. There's a healing boy.
I get him down, you mean, if they decide to actually come to try and fight you.
Yeah, but I'm gonna take credit
Instead
for
of just
it.
not doing that forever.
Okay, he's dead. That's great. 'Cause
There's
he's a
magic
bad
hour on the other side of
bird.
the world. Because you can't go down.
You don't understand. It's a bad bird, Saimu. Where are you going? Where are you going? Why are
Might have
you
been in
running?
the Crow Gang, Samu. I think that's all going on. You were waggling sticks earlier, you just didn't see it.
Alright, well this guy's dead. So that's exciting.
Your health looking a little low.
Yeah, I'm sure it's fine. I wouldn't worry about it, actually.
I'm worrying about it. 'Cause
No.
if you die and then you gotta fight all these enemies again, you're gonna be
No.
very sad.
Yeah.
Having to fight the bird again.
Hmm.
Yeah, but that's what you want, isn't it? For me to be sad.
Not that sad.
Not
Just
bird
stuck
sad.
on a boss and just stuck on a boss sad.
What is occurring?
I'm just jumping around.
That's
Yeah,
fine.
it's the magic hour. You just dive for like 5 years and don't really take damage, and it's pretty good.
Yeah.
When the boss is doing it.
What? Hey.
We're back where we started.
Great.
Aren't we back where we started?
Nice.
All the way around Neverland for nothing?
Yes. Yes, we did.
Lots of obstacles to get here.
Ah!
That's certainly not
Going up
nothing.
a cliff, how did we go back to where we
I
started?
had you all wrong.
Yep.
You were just
We
looking
killed
down
all the
back there,
nature.
being
But-
a good leader.
But we started at the bottom of the cliff and then we went up the
Yeah.
cliff and now we're back where we started. How
It
did-
was a
Yeah.
very gradual descent. It was so minuscule we just didn't notice it. It was imperceptible basically.
This is some Dark Souls 2 level of
It's
like
an optical
map
illusion.
design.
Don't talk about Dark Souls 2 here.
What? Don't you love going up an elevator to like a molten lava area?
To Bowser's castle.
It's all
No.
What do you mean, junk? Those are our
I had been playing Dark Souls 2 with Travis. We were playing it not too long ago again. And it's very fun with a friend who knows what they're doing. But it's wild, and I don't think I can ever play it by myself. I've tried so many times, and
Yep.
Do a
Just-
redemption run.
no.
What is it smooth like joining with your friend when you do co-op, or is it
No.
like a hassle as a
It
solo
is.
thing? Yeah.
It is a hassle. Once you're able to, once you have connected, it's not hard to reconnect with them.
Yeah.
It's
not an issue.
It's like you need.
You have to keep joining back in though, don't you? Have to
Yeah.
kill a
After
certain amount of enemies to
areas.
go away.
Yeah, well, you've got two different
Or
ways of
boss
summoning
stuff.
people in. If you kill a certain amount of enemies with a small soapstone, then they'll go away. But if you use a large soapstone, then it's once you kill like the area's boss that they go away. But you also need an item to like make sure that you're connecting with the person that you want to like guarantee that you connect with the person that you want. It's a whole fucking thing.
Oh, yeah.
It took us like
Just
That's what I
2 or
remember.
3 hours to
Yes.
figure out how to
Don't
get
play it.
connected.
It's nothing.
It was it was a lot.
It's just not play Dark Souls 2. That sounds like a way better workaround.
Yeah, my Dark Souls.
Double jump.
My experience was like mostly with co-op, and I just recall that being a huge hassle every
Yeah,
time. we did that.
it's a lot.
It's
It's a lot.
So, yeah, nice that you guys got it going.
Yeah, we were dedicated. It's Travis's favorite is Dark Souls 2. And he was like, you need to understand. And I was like, Travis, no.
that's fine. You're entitled to your wrong opinion. That's okay.
Like I said, I have enjoyed playing with him. But it would never happen on my own.
It's just like most of the bosses in Dark Souls 2 you can literally conquer by doing the classic just hold right on the stick until they do a
Yeah,
move,
just
and then just whack them in the butt, and then just keep walking around in circles until they do a move again.
They're all just a man who's like slightly taller than a normal man, and they all just have a sword. And if you just strip the way their sword isn't, they have a really hard time hitting you.
But is 2 the one with Ornstein and
No,
No, that's one.
that's one. That's one.
That's
does
a
have
good
a
game.
lot of multi bosses though.
Yeah.
2 has Shadow Ornstein or whatever.
Yeah, it's just Ornstein, and it's like
It's
almost the
just-
same moveset as when he's with S'more, so he just stands
Yeah.
there most of the time.
You realize the whole point of that fight was that it was only hard because you fought both of them at the same time.
Yeah.
It's like there's supposed to be something else going on here. He's just standing there.
I played that
Wow.
co-op, and like within first 5 tries, we were 1 HP from killing it. I'm like, damn it, so close. 4 hours later, I'm like, I can't believe we were that close after 5 tries, and we're still here. What is happening? Wow, Dark Souls.
I love Dark Souls.
Yeah, I played the shit out of Dark Souls 1. I played so much Dark Souls 1.
Yeah, this is a good game. Is the thing? There's nothing here. There's nothing here. There's.
Oh yeah,
there.
you all saw that Bloodborne remaster thing. Or,
It was no.
No.
well, there was none.
There
That was just.
no.
No.
That's what everyone was like. Oh, it's leaked. It's the Sony
Aw.
thing. Bloodborne like
Aw.
remaster or
Aw.
Bloodborne 2 coming out of the Sony thing, and everyone was like, yeah. The whole chat the whole time was Bloodborne when everyone
Yeah.
was so excited for Bloodborne, and then they're like, okay, final game, and then we're like, okay, it's either gonna be the Spider-Man game or it's gonna be Bloodborne.
Oh no.
And then it was like, what is this? Like, yeah, I don't know what this is. And then Craven shows up, and they're like,
Yeah.
oh no, it's Bloodborne.
We live in the darkest time.
Yeah.
Unless
Damn.
it's some kind of weird crossover.
Goodbye, bird.
Oh, God.
Went so
Friend
far
on
away.
Neighborhood Spider-Man has ended the on the stream.
Oh no! That's not where that belongs. This is not the way that I want to go. Where am I going? What am I doing?
I don't remember. I wasn't paying attention to the cutscenes.
Yeah, neither was
That
I.
Dark Souls.
Maybe to Skull Rock again or whatever the fuck.
I was thinking about a game I liked.
Yeah.
Rather than
Fuck off.
this game, the game you love.
Oh, so long, bird.
Viper.
Get me out of
At
here!
least as a mage, it's easier to hit those things.
Yeah. I don't want to be here anymore, though.
It's not any easier to get the lock on to not lock onto them while they just hang out in the sky.
Yeah. Also, I should save. Because we haven't done that yet! Hey, there's a thing here? More things to cover Aquahunt.
Yeah, you have great vertical movement now.
40-foot vertical leap!
Oh, my butt! Oh!
Oh,
Oh!
It's not even the one that I was aiming for!
This is not fair!
Can't see where I'm aiming. Please.
The fork! He's just caught in the crossfire!
Well, has he considered moving?
This is his spot.
Try moving with a giant banana on your head.
He did
Okay.
move, and then you moved and you shot him again.
Give me a giant banana, let's go.
You just got the smell of banana all the time and it's just confusing.
What's this? Ojin?
Ojin is
Oh,
raiding with a party of
Ojin.
7.
Hi, friend.
Josh and the gang welcome you.
Welcome in, pals. How's it going? How are y'all doing? Let me do a shout out. Maybe
How
if
was
I
the
can.
mountain climb?
I love Celeste. Yeah, how'd that go? How is it? How are y'all? Welcome in, friends. My name is Keisher. You can call me Keish. We're playing a very bad video game called Kingdom Hearts Birth by Sleep right now.
Oh, jeez.
Throwing yourself off a
no!
bridge.
Come back, Ojen.
Oh no! But yeah, welcome in, pals. I've got my friends, Inquisitor Nem, Sylvie Stop, and Fruity Spruce here with me. Cause we have been, over the last year, playing all the Kingdom Hearts game, and it is unfortunately my turn, but we're almost done.
Keishi's favorite series. So
It's
we'll play
not.
all the
It's-
Kingdom Hearts.
That's right.
It's
To-
alive.
To bring in Kingdom Hearts 4, I assume will be at some point when we're near the end.
Oh, you've been playing the modded levels? Yeah, some of those get, downright obscene. But yeah, thanks for raiding. I appreciate it. So we've been streaming for a little bit. If you need to take a break, please feel free to do so, especially after punishing yourself.
Don't go off a bridge. Don't feel
Yeah.
bad raiding and running. That's
Absolutely, we fully support it.
That's fine.
For anyone who does want to stay, awesome, welcome in. I hope you have a good time. But if you do gotta raid and run, totally understandable, not a problem. But yeah, thanks for bringing your friends over. I appreciate it.
Keish might be joining you off that bridge near the end of this session.
Yes,
Might see
yes,
you soon.
correct. This is accurate. Yeah. Contrary to what everyone has said, it's not my favorite series. I do not like these games at all. It's been a whole
having a
dang
great
thing.
time.
Don't you love
Great.
being underleveled in normal mode?
No. I don't. Is the thing.
I didn't
Oh,
play
well.
this on crowd mode when I first played it.
Why?
I
Why
don't
would
know.
you do that?
Hindsight, like,
That's a bad.
I had a good time with it. I don't know if I was playing a different version of the game.
terrible compared to the other ones. I like the first Kingdom Hearts purely from a nostalgia point. This one has been manageable for the most part, as annoying and frustrating as it's been. Just as a whole, Kingdom Hearts, not for me. is the main thing. I tried jumping there, and Aqua said, "Actually, fuck you."
No, I want to be in the water because my name Aqua.
This fool. Oh my gosh. Okay. But yeah, the only reason I've like managed to get through this is as much as I have. Why is she not jumping? Please, Aqua, you have to. Okay, look here.
She just wants to go in the water.
Man, no,
After
no
we
water.
freeze them.
Horrible. Not allowed. She cannot do it. Don't worry,
These
I'm
two
not.
are invulnerable.
Yeah,
They're
these two are the-
massive
yeah, they're
guardians
impossible.
of the rock.
Yeah, they
They are
we
the
can't do
Guardians of the
anything there.
Galaxy. Fire burst.
Cool.
I don't even know what that is.
Never use it, probably. I need
It's
to.
got Firaga in the name.
Yeah. Well, we'll
Might
look
fit.
at it, but also, what if it's not? Here's the thing that I don't know that you've considered. What if it's ass, actually?
No.
It's impossible. Would never be.
We did Terra's,
I'm
we did
afraid
Terra's
the boy has
first.
been knotted.
Yeah.
The boy has been nodded, yeah.
We do have a Norded voice on our hands. Oh my god, Aqua, you have to jump! You can't take 10 million years after I've hit the button to do the jump!
I don't know why they kept the whole you can't jump out of water in this game too. It
I
shouldn't
don't
matter.
know.
This is the one time water exists in this game.
Is the best boss in the game the one where he goes,
What?
You got so many great moments in this game. That was fighting his master going, yeah! Just every 2 seconds.
I just want to get up there. I just want to get up there. Let me
just
get.
with the boss theme, I understand.
Oh.
Music pretty good in this game. Music pretty dang good.
The horrible old man grunts. Okay, look here. Is this not the direction I came from here? I thought. No, she doesn't want to go through here.
No.
Aqua, would you like to tell me what we're looking for?
Skull Rock, like always, probably.
This means nothing to me.
I
That's
think
where I
it's the
came
other way.
from. So
No,
this
That's
is.
the wall. Yeah, that way.
And this is where we went before.
I don't know.
Oh
But we didn't.
Oh!
We went up the rocks. We didn't go the normal way. I think. I don't know.
no! I don't know what that means.
Let's just
Keep
keep
running,
going
then we'll find
until
it.
something happens.
Follow the left-hand wall.
Maybe
Here we
we
go.
should have watched the cutscene.
No,
Yeah.
not worth
but
it.
we haven't been here. There's a chest. There's 2. That one's a mimic. and we know it, but I'm gonna
Ooh,
open
big
it
chest.
anyway.
There could be big treasure in there.
Aha!
It's Ned.
Got you.
No.
No one suspected a thing.
No.
I love playing Aqua when you have a full like magic list and you just spam triangle instead of X. You just okay, one spell, never spell, never spell. Oh look, my first spell's back. Spell.
Let's go. Wait, where are you going? Aqua. No. No, no. Aqua. Oh, well now I have to go after this guy because you took too long.
It's fine, she just damaged now and got more strength. Not magic like you would hope, but more strength is fine.
Ooh, duh. Borger. I vote Borger. Borger up.
Borgar.
I want a Borger. Maybe I'll order a Borger. You have inspired me to think about Borger.
Oh yeah.
Okay, now we have been this.
Why
way.
It was on my
Oh no,
head.
it's this room.
What happens if we jump off? Does it take us where we need to go? No. Just back here again. But at least it was a semi-shortcut. Hey, look, there's a big chest. You should open it.
No! Stop! I need them to stop. Stop being locked on! Aqua! Please. She didn't yell at me about coming this way. So where are we? Where do I go?
Did we go back to the tent?
It could be back to the start bit, yeah?
The grinding spot where you do all that stuff. You might actually have to go. I think you fight a boy there. If I remember, I think you do fight Vanitas there. I may have just had an epiphany.
This is where we get the reveal of Vanitas' face.
We've already had.
Okay. I don't remember. I just remember it being very funny when I played before.
You're like, what is this game now?
Just everyone is Roxas.
It's me, Sora, but with black hair.
So edgy. Okay. Here's the thing.
Stop Roxas.
I don't understand why the
Record over the radio. No, Aqua, you are the Roxas.
Oh, no.
And then Aqua was the Roxas.
Oh no. I don't get
Yeah,
why the
there
game
we
yells
go.
at me about going certain places if it's not gonna yell at me about going all the places. Why is it telling me, oh, I can't go here, that's the wrong place to look, when it's let me look everywhere else on the map? Just tell me from the start that the way that I'm heading is the wrong way.
How'd you get that?
How'd you get that wooden sword?
Outgrown such a childish toy.
That's his favorite Keyblade. The Keyblade or the Kai
The
Blade.
Kai Oh heck. I don't wanna do a fight. I don't wanna be here. Sir, I don't know who you are. I'm not your mother.
You freak!
Whoa!
Wow,
Chill
she
out,
told
Aqua.
him.
Rude.
Stop judging people by their fashion sense.
Okay, well,
Time for the 5th time we fight this boy.
Fuck, how is he hitting you out of that?
he's too busy flipping around and being silly. Where it is?
I still just got you. Cool.
Gotcha! While getting the shit kicked out of him.
Right.
Yeah, in the middle of a combo, he just teleports.
Ah, 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 ah.
Just decides, I'm not getting hit anymore, actually, you're getting hit.
Also, do it. Get that iced coffee at 8 p.m. I support this. Oh shit. Okay.
Big
Here's the
hit.
thing. I was trying to get out of there so I could heal, and the game said, "No, you're not."
How about no?
No. I don't think so.
This guy cheats as well. Half your moves don't work on him.
Right? Hey, I can do that too! Ha ha ha! Idiot! No.
Oh, what a dodge.
I'm the idiot.
I like that he dodges the fire and says too slow and then gets hit by the fire. It's just traveling so slowly there. It's still following him.
None of these are hitting. Like, 2 of those have hit.
2 of them are hitting, yeah. He likes to go invincible. The whole time?
Stupid.
Why would he ever be
Oh
invincible?
god, he's gonna go
It doesn't
underground
make
now.
sense.
Time to mash square.
Don't know where he's gone. Ooh, Ugh. General reminder that my down button doesn't work, which is why I have to scroll through my entire magic list.
Oh, his health went down.
I
Yeah,
saw
that
it.
was actually hitting.
I saw it happen.
4 of those hit. It was good.
That was exciting. Sir.
Pathetic. Fuck, I missed.
Fuck. Ass. Stop! Stop! You have to move! You can't just...
Mad every time you block. It's actually very good. Is that close?
Okay, but the thing is, she's blocking when I don't want her to. I am actively hitting the analog to move, and she's like, I don't think so. And it's like, you stupid bitch.
Aqua's, you're pressing to dodge, and Aqua's like, did you know you could actually block that?
Oh my god. That's who was in chat that one time. It was Aqua!
Actually, if you press square, you can also block? I'm gonna just do it to showcase it.
Also, yeah, where was she aiming? It's one of those times. It's one of those great times where I was locked on and then she was suddenly like, I don't think we are anymore, actually. And it's like, Aqua, you do not know best. I don't give a shit if you're a Keyblade Master, you're an idiot. You fool.
Vanitas is the average player when they're in Dark Souls against a magic caster boss, and they just like spam roll but still get hit by all of the magic.
Stop doing that to me. It wasn't though.
I'm gonna go underground now.
He can do that. That's fine.
His little poopy butthole. It's fine. We got the best dodge in the game. That was not a great trade. That wasn't.
Excuse me?
He decided to go underground 3 times in a row.
Don't
you
use
can't
that
do
move.
that.
Like, that move's
Yeah,
not
that move's
allowed.
not
in
great
this
for
way.
him, yeah.
It was not banned.
Yeah, he says he's disallowed that one. He's talking
That
with
one's
the judges.
tournament illegal. He's the reason we can't have Pot of Greed.
I don't like it. I don't like it. Stop! Stop! Where did that go?
No way.
Honestly, the super bosses in this game are harder than most Souls-like games.
Yeah, 'cause they don't work properly.
Yeah. And they have stupid mechanics.
Yeah.
No! 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 I got stuck!
Shut fire. Make it consent.
Okay, please, please, please.
He's very allergic to Blizzard. He's dodged like almost every single one.
I think I can just say he's dodged an attack after it hits him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, you know. I don't want to get hit by that one. That does damage. So I say no.
No! Stop! This is horrible.
It's only a random chance to get the one that lets you set a 1 HP in this game.
No, that's not what I wanted to do.
It's fine. You get more
You did
iframes
not
if you just
get it.
cancel it. I think you could just stay up in the air.
Okay.
This is honestly the hardest version of the fight, probably, because the other two you could just Rs Solum or Rs Arcanum. You just
Yeah.
get stunned the whole time. You don't
just
have
zone
that
him
here.
out. This is fine. We'll just scam the timer.
If only we had the bubble spell. That would do some real damage.
I always forget about those, but you know what? I think we're fine. I think we got rid of the bubble spell for something else.
I think you got a Thunder Dash ability one, or a Dash one, I don't know.
What did we do? Yeah.
Ice one.
it's a bad trade for him.
Yeah.
Okay.
Turned.
Oh, what a read.
Aqua's just the most annoying zoning character. It's impossible to get in there. Even if you do, she's just gonna block or dodge.
God, it's like fighting a really good Ivy in Soul Calibur. And I'm that asshole because I tried to play a lot of Ivy in Soul Calibur 6.
Fuck.
I like whips. I got a thing for them.
Strangely
From a
unsurprising.
combat standpoint, I like whips. You know what? In general, I'm a fan of whips.
Oh shit, I hit the wrong button. That's fine.
We'll just... There we go.
No. You have to stop being a stinky butthole, man. You have to stop being a stinky butthole, man.
No, we wants to go underground to a stinky butthole dimension.
No, no stinky butthole dimensions.
Too slow. Suffer!
Shit.
This Twink's done some bad things. Sorry. It's just a clip.
What is she doing?
Extremely good sweater lad from YouTube, Big Joel, saying this Twink has done some bad things.
I need to.
Talking about the one slug.
I need to remember to get that clip so I can make that
It's a
sound
very good
command.
Hey, can my sound command be that now?
Absolutely.
Apparently.
What is it right now?
Is it you? Did you record one?
It might be? It might be me being, going like, am I Vicnant?
Yeah, could be. Well, now it's gonna be.
Well, yeah, no.
Big Joel, I'm sorry you've been told.
That's fine. And very acceptable, honestly. Can I stop? No, that's not what I wanted to do.
I think you can just sit there and let that move just not happen.
No.
Yeah.
Why is feeling banned?
I don't know.
It's like 1 point off of max.
Horrible.
It might not charge properly in boss fights.
Yeah, I can't. It's just not allowed, so I have to wait until this is ready.
That's fine.
You might want to grab another heal for the last couple bosses.
Yeah, well, that was the thing. Like, we have a second heal, but we were trying to
Just leveling
do...
up for smashes.
Yeah, and I didn't realize that we... Where were you pointing, you fool?
She just delucked just to do that as a joke. Thanks, Aqua.
Good joke. Damn you,
Dad. No, I don't like it when he does that.
Yeah, we needed to start shooting the fireball right as you fire the triple blizzard.
Yeah. Well...
Because then he just explodes and everything's great.
Also, the claw that I'm having to, like, do in order to hit all of the buttons that I need to while also moving.
Just use thumb. It's simple.
I mean, basically. Yeah, that, like that.
No.
He just said no to the damage, then it was pretty great.
It was horrible.
Oh, perfect. He was having a little moment.
Yeah.
Yeah. Optimal.
Farewell, idiot.
Too slow, fucker.
Yeah, I didn't think that was gonna work, but that's fine.
I hate seeing the fire hit effect.
Ugh.
try and close it out with another
No!
shot if I can get a chance.
Yeah, but I need him to not be in the ground?
Yeah, we do.
And he keeps being in the ground?
Gonna have to come out of there at some point.
Fuck. Okay, well... None of that hit. That was cool. Loved that for me.
Some of it hit.
Not enough of it.
A little
Oh,
bit
that
of
guy's
it
an
hit.
idiot. He used to thunder when he's a foot above the ground.
Please?
He's not taking damage from the last few that have hit him.
Where?
Gotcha. None of my shit hit. Oh, backflip.
Please? Okay, thank
There we
God.
go.
And you got Ghost Drive.
Oof. Not the hardest, but it just took freaking ever.
Yeah. Aqua needs all of her spells to actually land.
Right?
Extremely good UK battle rep from the before times. Even though I'm 16 and he's 24, don't think he'll walk all over me like I'm the floor.
My God.
Snap.
I'll live in my brain forever.
Now that's a bar.
Wowie.
He thinks he'll walk all over me, but I'm no floor.
Can rest easy.
Can't believe Aqua's fucking dead.
My God.
Died of winning a fight.
Too many cartwheels for one day.
It's just dizzy from all the spinning.
For real. Well, that's Kingdom Hearts Birth by Sleep. I guess we're all done now.
Treating me like a kid.
Oh no, there's more.
Hey,
No, her life is flashing before her eyes is all. It's fine. You
Oh,
won.
okay. Perfect.
His brothers.
Hey, so I need to pee and also get more water. So I'm gonna do that right now, and I will be
Me
right back.
too. So I guess I'm doing that too.
Bam, bye.
All right.
You got
Well,
this
everyone,
now.
enjoy the cutscene. Yeah, you got this.
Yeah, I'm going to the bathroom now also. We all go pee pee.
Well, enjoy the cutscene, everyone.
I'm fine.
Oh no! Look at Vent's treasure.
It's okay, Peter. Whatever it is that binds us together isn't gonna break so easily. And that's our real treasure. I think Ventus knew that. That's why he left this behind.
You must really be close. And that's something pretty special. You and Ventus and Taro, was it? One day, you should all come back.
I'd like that.
Forged a D-Link with Peter Pan. That means I'm back.
I heard that as I was going up the stairs in my wireless headset, holding my drink.
I was having
trying not
cash
to
here as
spill.
well.
Oh God. Forged a D-Link with Peter Pan.
Horrible, goofy ASMR with Silver.
Real entertaining. I've been trying to take in a lot of notes from games lately and like play them in English just to just to really get the English voice acting so I can improve my game a little bit, up it a little. I don't think this
Yeah.
game's gonna help me much.
No. No, I don't think so. Also, hi, I'm
this
back.
is acting. Oh my god. Kingdom Hearts.
They're all so flat and bored.
Yeah, I like. When did they get the like actual voice actors from Lilo and Stitch are just quite good impersonations? But either way, like they sounded good, but it's like the real distant and weird because they have no idea what they're supposed to be doing, who they're talking to.
Right? Yeah, a lot of the voice acting in this is like really stilted
So
in a way that doesn't help it. In some video games that works. This is not one of them.
This should be a survival horror.
Ready for the storm that's coming.
Have we considered, what if Kingdom Hearts was just Silent Hill?
Too slow,
It's
Sora.
possible.
See you at the finish
Hey,
line.
you'll make that our D&D game.
This is your Silent Hill.
It is! Holy shit!
Oh no. These are my monsters.
Yeah.
I hate it here.
One more time. You just got
Also, what's happening? Why are Riku and Sora here?
I fucking hate Kairi. She's made me go get some cloth and wood again. For fuck's sake, I hate her. Get free coconuts. What an asshole.
What's happening?
Is Rico okay?
No.
Oh, okay.
It's like, you're pretty.
Where's Waka?
He's staring into my soul. Yeah.
Spitting image of Ven.
It's funny you say that.
One of you might be special.
Everyone's a spitting image of Van. How would you even notice?
Right.
You two mind telling me your names?
Yeah, I don't know who you are, weird lady.
And you?
You don't have. There was no raft. You didn't get here. You don't have a boat. How did you get here, lady?
Ma'am?
I live here.
Sora.
I made this weird outfit somehow with the wood and pine cones.
Good. So then, if something happens and Riku is about to get lost, or say he starts wandering down a dark
Sorry, y'all can
path
probably
alone,
like, well, Discord people
you
can't
make
hear
sure
me,
to
but
stay with him and keep him
chat can
safe.
probably hear me clicking away on my
That's your job,
silly
Sora.
things.
I'm
Stop
sorry.
messing with that, I'm sorry.
Clicking
This is
slugs
really
over there.
important.
Not the slugs, but I do have
Oh.
slugs. You wanna see my slugs? They're very good. They're so fluffy. Really good
Yes.
noises. I love them.
I love the colors.
Here's the gay one. Gay. That's a gay slug right there.
Oh, we love
He's just like me.
it. Hashtag relatable.
One Keyblade is enough for any friendship. I learned it the hard way.
Actually,
Oh,
no,
what
it's
is
not.
happening?
Push our lives on those children.
Sora and Riku fight over that one Keyblade for the whole first game. You're
For
lying.
real?
Please tell me. What's to become of
Talking
us?
about the Keyblade or the Kai Blade?
Hope not.
Riku's only happy because he just got randomly given another Keyblade. He's like, oh, this works, I guess. Fuck it.
He gets
I
a
like-
fucking sword that's not even a keyblade. It annoys me because it's too much like a sword.
Sorry, I just want to point out that we just got a new Keyblade, and before I even have
Yeah.
the chance to equip and use that
Yeah.
one, we
So
get
here's this-
another
this great
one.
Here's like her second best weapon in the game.
So the
Okay.
other one, we just throw that in the trash. Huh? That
Yeah,
one-
absolutely.
Well, don't you want your
Pan's idiot
Kiraga to
keyblade
heal you
that goes
more?
in the
Is
bin.
that Mickey?
Well, no wonder he didn't fucking show up.
I
Just
can't believe
floating
Michael
out in
Mouse
space.
is fucking dead.
Oh,
Why
no.
D-Link can vanish, so you don't leave him hanging after a D-Link. You
No.
pulled him in from space, you just left him just
Close to the vacuum.
It's a shame you didn't fucking die out here. God damn it, I'll have to do the job myself.
His eyes have boiled from exposure to the void.
Heck. Excuse me.
Bless you.
Bless.
Thanks.
I was coughing to death and you were freezing to death.
Fine. We're all just dying over here. Okay.
That was my fault. I'm eating a mini sausage right now. Giggity giggity goo, but I'm actually being serious. They're very tiny.
Tiny sausage.
Tiny sausage.
What?
Huh.
Hmm.
I thought this made the thing I wanted. I thought this
It
made
should.
triple.
It should. Is it not 100%? Is that why? Maybe it's like 95%.
Not items. Not edit. Okay, it's fine.
Okay, it's because you didn't have the recipe, I guess, so it just doesn't. tell
Weird.
you.
But I've made
Yeah.
it before.
Yeah, this game not great with that.
Hey, game, I've made that before.
Maybe we just don't want magic hour and just want more spells.
Yeah, kinda, honestly.
We do have
Sorta.
to fight the man again, right? And we know that magic hour doesn't work on him.
Yeah. What else can I smash, though? Not much at the moment.
No smash.
No smashing. Okay.
No new abilities, big sad.
But
I guess just get another Cura, and then
Yeah.
have Cura and Curaga, and
Mhm.
then whatever your heart desires. And triple Fireagger again.
What
Yeah, we got two
does
already.
this do?
Oh.
We'll try it. We'll test it out, see how it goes. I need to change my Keyblade. And I mean my Keyblade, not my Kai blade.
Okay, I was about to ask. We all knew I was gonna ask. So good thing you quickly clarified. We're gonna piss everyone off in the D&D camp. Eventually, I was just like, "It's a Keyblade, okay."
No, again, I have done tabletops with Travis for almost 8 years now. Has it been longer than that? It might be longer than that. Oh. Oh, sorry. Existential crisis there.
Yep, they're like, holy shit, time exists. Holy
Time has
fuck.
been wild. And let me tell you, some of the shit that I have pulled, and the fact that he has not gotten angry at me yet.
Well, that's gonna change. Because now you got a bunch of goobers.
It's gonna be great. Right? Please, somebody nerf time. It's bad.
I love that Travis, like, seriously studied Kingdom Hearts, became a scholar of Kingdom Hearts, and his conclusion is that Kingdom Hearts is fucking bullshit. Nothing makes any sense, and it's all just made up garbage.
Yeah. Yeah.
Who knew?
Whatever it needs to be.
No. He's officially come to the conclusion that it's all there's a sticker down there and I want it. Fuck.
King Mickey.
None of it matters. Therefore, it all matters, and therefore you can make anything matter, and that's terrifying knowledge.
The star has blinked out. I am afraid that means he has been struck down.
I'm gonna go shake hands with that, bud.
I'm gonna go to the Cars
Right,
world and get
Edward
yelled at by
Isabel.
a random guy.
Fuck. So my glasses are filthy. Ooh.
No! That's absurd! Tara would never!
Oh, but wouldn't he? Listen, he is a stinky, smelly boy.
Where can I
I
find
have
Tara?
smelt him. He's stinky.
It's our favorite Zeta Flare caster. It's Donald.
Alright.
We love him.
Be on your guard.
Don't he do it to kill the stupid tornado boss you fought like 50
Yeah.
times, and he also dies doing it?
Yeah.
Thanks,
There's-
thanks Donald. Could have got him again. It's so dumb.
A little confused. Tara
It's
doesn't have a
dumb by
single
Kingdom
thought
Hearts standards.
in his silly little himbo head.
Find a way to get you out of this.
It's sad.
No
the power of your
thoughts,
friends
only
wasn't
stink.
strong enough. Even XX Kyrie fan 27 and all that shit wasn't strong enough to beat the tornado.
Dang. Okay.
Can you imagine being a Kyrie fan?
Right? The ultimate joke.
It's Ryu from Streets. I like stale bread and water without any ice. I'm a fan of Kyrie.
Oh no. Is there anything we need to do?
Unless there's any last minute grinding you want to do, not really.
No.
No, depends how much I get my ass.
Yeah, we'll go in here and see. Again, not that I'm entering with confidence. It's that I am stubborn and I don't want to have to if I don't have to.
Oh, it's
No, it's grinding the helpful tornadoes.
Oh god.
Yeah.
Wow, it
can
still looks like
count
ass.
the pixels. There's Disney. There's Michael Mouse on the floor.
Maybe this time. I don't have much faith in that.
The three of
Ren
us.
didn't eat much shit.
We'll always
Just
be
like a morsel.
Just
Yeah,
a tiny
Just
bit.
a scrap of shit.
Just, yeah, literally a scrap, and then you Ars Arcanum him to death. Literally hit him with one Ars Arcanum, and he lost like 2 bars of fucking health.
Yeah.
It was so good.
It was very good. The Keyblade or the Kaiblade graveyard?
The graveyard of the graveyard.
I was trying to say cemetery and then it instantly popped up and I was like, wait a minute.
That's not how you spell
That's-
cemetery.
That's not
I'm
how
confused.
I am confused. Here's the thing. I've played too much Kingdom Hearts.
Yeah.
We're sick. We are poisoned. Also.
The Keyblade, not to be confused with the Keyblade. Just call it the Kaiblade. It's not that hard. But no, those Westerners, they won't get it. We'll just make everything the fucking Keyblade. Poor Aqua.
What do you mean? I don't see Aqua here.
Getting exploded. There's nothing left but her shoe. She's just dead.
How did they get Leonard Nimoy to voice act in this?
They were both at the point in their careers where they're like, hey, I want to do something weird. Hey, our good pal Patrick Stewart's doing all that weird shit. I want to do something weird. And thus, Kingdom Hearts happened.
A fucking mirage ghost of Walt Disney showed up and they were like, whoa! He was like, yo, you should voice act.
Mark Hamill voice acts and all kinds of stuff.
Yeah.
Mark Hamill's the Joker in like every cartoon.
Wing Commander.
He's very good.
He wanted to become the Joker after the new series of Star Wars trilogies.
It's true.
Oh, sorry. The camera moved in just such a way that I felt my stomach turn.
So can you remember where you were when Lucas Skywalker just turned into a jacket and blew away because he was so tired from like pretending to be in one place while he was actually in another place?
Yeah.
Please.
I cried.
It was so stupid.
That was the dumbest. Yeah, that was.
You
that
know,
was rough.
it's not a horrible move.
Yeah.
Is that fire burst?
But is it 2 bars worth though?
We'll see. Look.
Well, we haven't really got anything else to put there, and if it's got iframes, it's probably good.
Yeah.
Probably good enough.
The
Yeah.
defense increase, that'll be nice.
Burrito. Maybe I'll make burritos instead of burger. Sorry, I'm
And then
apparently
the
very
lady
hungry.
Moved all the rocks right after that.
Ah, big boys!
She was strong enough to move all the rocks.
Are you still talking about Star Wars?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
All of her training of swing lightsaber around and move rock, and then she's good enough to conquer the world.
Several rocks, not just one rock at a time, but like loads.
Several.
That was probably the best one of the new trilogy. I'm not even joking. The last one was so bad.
Last one was like, last one spent too long trying to fix the shit of the second one, that it just then also became worse, and then someone made it worse, and made it more
What's the
confusing.
second one in every way? Is it longer? The second one's very long.
Second one felt like an eternity. Just because of that planet where they go to the thing and say, yeah, slavery of animals is bad.
Just kind of wibble around and nothing gets achieved.
Yep.
And it's like half the film.
Yeah.
Jeez.
And then their commander lies for like all of the movie for no reason when she could have just told the truth and it would have been fine, but she was trying to be secret for the movie's sake the whole time.
Can you
And then
remember
she
why?
said, fuck it, and just drove for everyone.
Can you remember where you were when Dark Jedi Adam Driver died of falling in a hole and then climbing back out?
I think I've watched a couple of the new Star Wars. I did it with Allie. I didn't know what was happening. I still have no idea what's being described, but that sounds about right. Also, I can't hit
Falls
these
in a
guys.
hole and then he died.
I can't hit any of them!
Adam Driver has gone on record saying the only film that he's in that he'll watch is the
Star Wars
one,
because
he had
he
no idea what was happening when he was doing them, so it's like totally fresh.
That's hilarious. I can't hit any of these people.
Very large shoes.
They're above me.
Adam Driver, he's not. He's the hero we need in Star Wars. He's got very funny hair, and he's a Sith Lord.
He's a big old Lego brick.
Very muscle.
Very funny. He just looks funny. He's just a funny-looking guy, and he's an evil wizard.
Get me out of tornado hell.
Okay, I was worried we have to do one more tornado.
Yeah, same. But it's fine, actually. Here's the thing, we're fine, actually. We save!
I'm thinking of stupid Star Wars shit now, and it's driving me mad. Like getting the MacGuffin of the Sith dagger that perfectly shows the wreckage that shouldn't even be there, and the specific level of tide at the specific angle. You hover the blade in front of the wreckage, and it shows you the correct way to go.
My goodness.
So it's your favorite, is what I'm hearing. You love it, actually.
The second one, they wanted to like do away with the like the lady is the chosen one kind of subplot. So there's a really funny bit where Adam Driver says, "Oh, I know your parents. They're just garbage people. Don't worry about it." Actually says they are garbage people. And then in the last one, it turns out that, yeah, parents were garbage people, but granddad
was completely
the most evil wizard of all.
Oh, no.
Struck down.
This cutscene again. Great, we love it.
Yeah.
We can talk more about Star Wars, it's fine. Like when Finn has the great dilemma of trying to say to Rey, Rey, I'm force sensitive, and then just falls into the thing. But everyone's like, oh, is he gonna say I love you? It's like, no, it's saying I'm force sensitive, but that's still shit. Either way, it changes nothing.
Yeah, wasn't it like? And I am not.
They had no idea what to do with him in any of those movies.
I was gonna say, did they
He's
like?
always on some weird side quest that goes nowhere.
Did they queer bait him like real hard, like genuinely like queer baiting, not the?
Well, there's like one dude in the new Star Wars films who's just like really into it. He's like a pilot guy, and he's like really excited to be there, and he's fun to watch. And Finn was hanging out with him for a whole film, so people started shipping them. I think it was unintentional.
Okay.
And then he got a
But
girlfriend.
they should have gone with it, absolutely, because it would have been precious and would have given Finn a thing to do.
Make Finn a Jedi. Make a stormtrooper a Jedi. And everyone be like, whoa, that's really cool. I like that. No, let's just give him a girlfriend in the second movie. And then at the beginning of the third movie, say, oh yeah, no, she's off doing like training or whatever. It was like the one scrap up line that they do in the third movie. And they never talk about her ever again.
Wasn't he like a part of in the second movie that like charge that was like using the trailers where they'd go with those like skimmers across the sand? And it just like leads up to nothing. And I'm like, come on, at least something out of this. Nope. They just all like crash into the sand.
Where they drive all the weird planes with the big things that cut into the sand for some reason, and it's like snow with like red stuff under it, and it's like, whoa, look at the colors.
Yeah, I did like the visuals.
And
oh yeah.
And then
that
that
was
camel
cool.
turns into a jacket.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's like, strike me down, and I will come back even more powerful than you can ever imagine.
Oh my god. Hey, I'm gonna go grab a snack real quick.
That's fine, we'll be ranting for a bit anyway. And then in the third movie, when at the very beginning, he goes, they fly now? Even though they can always
fly now.
Fly?
Everyone in the whole movie just in a row just goes, whoa, they fly now? They fly now. Oh, they fly now. Whoops, looks like they fly now.
Doesn't one fly in space in the second one as well after they like do the warp jump?
Trilogy, they see someone that flies like in the first two movies. It was so bad. But all of my family was idiots. They were laughing. I was like, no, it's stupid.
What do you mean? It's a great scene.
Behold.
It's the emotion that they fly now.
Oh god.
The hearts of their masters.
Or like the shitty bait where it's like, oh no! We fucking killed Chewbacca! And then like in the next scene afterwards they show Chewbacca fine. It's like, oh okay, that was nothing that happened.
Oh, you know, in the first one when they got Han Solo, Harrison Ford, old man Harrison Ford, to grumpily stumble around the set for some reason. Apparently, he like walked into something on the Millennium Falcon and broke his toe,
Oh, no.
which is why he's just like wibbling around the whole time.
Got too hyped.
No, there's no hype. There's no hype in that man. There's nothing left but like a slight sense of disappointment with the world at large. That's the only emotion Harrison Ford is capable of. Have you seen the YouTube video where he crashed his fucking World War II plane and he's just like kind of annoyed that the plane has done that?
Wasn't it like in the middle of like a like residential area or some shit? It wasn't like out of nowhere.
He just went in like a field.
Yeah, it was like a
crash
like,
landed in a
public
field
park
and just
area
got out.
thing.
And
Yeah,
was, like,
yeah.
just sulked.
He's like, this is like
Whatever.
my second worst Friday this month. Oh.
People are like, you could have died. He's like, if only.
If only I could have fucking died. Oh no, not the boy getting frozen for the third time. That movie doesn't show up until Kingdom Hearts 3. Oh no. And then watch his shoulder get blown off. You should have lost an arm.
Well, come on in, Gucky.
Hi, Goku.
Welcome!
Hi, Gucky, I'm back. I have a snack.
We were
Welcome
talking about
back.
Star Wars until Case ran away.
We were ranting about Star Wars for a long time.
Normally I would wait until after stream to do an eat, but I don't know, I just got like fucking ravenous out of nowhere and I knew that that was gonna end up making me be grumpy. So I needed to do a quick eat. So hi, I'm here and I'm eating.
All the talk of burritos and burgers.
Yeah.
How about you leave the popsicle with me?
Reload.
Your little fight with Terra.
Get out of here, brag!
Can't be too happy about him.
Aiming.
Fucking brag!
Prepare to shoot. Shoot in. Reload.
You're on the way to the grocery store. You wanna get me some bok choy?
As
I would
if.
love that.
You're only here so that when I finish you off, Terra will succumb to the darkness. So, who wants to go
So
first? Oh, so this kiddo thinks he's a full-fledged Keyblade wielder. He's got the angry look down.
He even wields it backwards like a cool kid.
Keep trying to drive us apart with your mind games.
Horrible.
It's just always the problem that he's holding the keyblade the wrong way around. He can't fucking hit anything because he's an idiot.
Terra will prove to you he's stronger.
Oh. 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 Oh.
Oh, I didn't know they'd be fighting.
It's fine.
Reload.
Unlike Terra, you have a good dodge now.
You get clipped though. It's a full combo.
Yep.
Fucking hell! What is she doing? What was she doing?
Who's blocking?
Why was she doing that? Why didn't that hit him?
He had purple on him.
No.
You can't hit someone while they have purple on them? Or maybe... I don't know why he didn't take damage. He might always have purple on him.
He's
No, no
stinky.
purple. Look, he's totally hittable right now when he's all the way over there. Oh, that's maybe. Look, when the facts come out of him, he doesn't take damage. I don't know what's causing the facts.
Okay, well,
Yeah, this is one of the fights where you have to like break your finger mashing the dodge.
God
button.
damn.
Or just block.
But Kish gets
No.
mad when she blocks. When extra
Because she's-
blocks.
it's because she's blocking when I don't want her to.
Even though they're pretty optimal blocks, it's like, why are you blocking?
Just that one guy leaving those fucking comments, he just swore up blocking forever just to annoy that one comment.
Spam block the whole
Because it
time.
doesn't work! Listen!
Is the music different this time?
It's just very
Don't.
chill.
Yeah, why is it so chill?
It's the orchestra. It's just letting you reflect on all that you've been through. Like do 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 do.
No.
Oh no.
Where is he going?
Please,
There you go. It's kicking in now.
You have to
Why
stop.
was he doing that?
I love my portal where I shoot through the portal for 5 years.
Oh, that
I
did
didn't
actually
even-
hit
didn't
him.
even need to look at him.
Shocked.
So cool. Straight up gangster.
Jesus.
Holds the keyblade to the side. Pop, pop, pop.
What?
No. What?
Stop, 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 stop.
It's gonna be a problem that he hangs out in the sky because Blizzard will go underneath him just as a joke.
Yup.
See, he's on the ground now. Take this. Oh. Nice knowing.
Oh.
Please stop.
Maybe if you see him doing, if you can maybe hit him during that, you can do the shot lock thing. As you see him going into the middle to charge that, maybe.
The trouble is, I never know when that's gonna happen until it's happened. Because I was thinking about that, but fuck. No! Stop!
I'm not unconscious.
He's in space again.
Poor
Good.
Michael.
Pizza. What, fire? Why? Why though?
Shit.
I mean, if it hits, it kind of keeps him stunned for a while.
Beat
Mm-hmm.
crap out of him.
No, the fire burst is nice. I like it.
Nice knowing you. Oh.
No. Nope. Okay. Yep. I don't have enough.
Audio cue.
Yeah. I don't really have enough time between when he
Between
goes
him
up
saying,
there.
Kiss yourself goodbye.
Yeah.
Doing it.
Okay, do that again.
The most dangerous move is when he just shoots his gun at you,
Yeah.
like by a mile.
Yeah. Stop! That hurts so much. No!
What does that keep doing it? Okay, reload. Ow.
Shit.
Come on. Yeah. Rude.
Okay, that's fine. That took her a million years to do that, even though I had pushed the button forever ago.
Horrible.
Nice knowing ya. He twirled for a second, shot like 8 bullets. Yeah.
Oh, when you were doing that, where he wouldn't stop teleporting, he was about to go in the middle.
Yeah, I think
know
that
now.
might be the move. Which I can work with that.
Yeah.
Oh shit. No, please, Craig. Fantasy Craig, you have to stop.
Fantasy Craig, why?
We're just gonna twirl around for a million years.
Yeah. Like you do.
I'm not going to you ever again. Keep teleporting above the giant fireball above your head. Good job, Rick.
Ah!
Shit.
The fuck, Greg? Keep doing it.
Fucking Aqua!
Yeah, she just couldn't quite look
Shit.
up high enough.
Oh, that was really close.
Ah. That was kind of close.
Damn it!
Oh my god. Intense.
So much hell.
Mm-hmm.
Just wait till you get to the final. This is the final story, boss. My god, are we gonna be there a while?
God damn.
Heck. Yeah, you have to hit him like 1,000 times, and he has to hit you like 2 times in a row. It's one of those fights.
No, come back here.
Dark Souls.
No.
Dark Souls solely dex build with no vigor.
Yo, the damage is crazy.
That is,
It's not proud
no,
mode.
this is normal.
This is normal.
This is normal mode. I honestly, this seems exactly like none of this has seemed any harder than proud mode.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
you
this
just lost
fight
half
is
a
all
health
about
bar.
this fight is all about blocking for his bullets. Like if you can block those, the
Stupid.
fight goes by really quickly.
Oh hey.
Nope.
It's
Nope.
mostly just safe to do those like when he fires them when he's in midair at you.
Yeah, again, the trouble is sometimes the
Blocking
block works and
sucks.
sometimes it doesn't.
At least Aqua's is a bit better, and you don't have to be facing the right way. It's instant. It's a bubble. It's better than
Yeah.
slowly going. "Whoopah!"
Yeah.
It's like Dark Souls 2 parrying.
Fuck. Fuck.
Kiss yourself goodbye.
Oh, we hate that. Ah!
It sounds like it mid heal. Damn.
It's fine. We know the secret now.
Do we?
You block.
If
And all
Aqua
the bullets
decides
hit
she
him, and he
wants
picks up all
to.
his own health.
Stop.
Wait. Oh.
Hey.
It
Didn't
it
do
any damage.
anything.
Yeah, he teleported to this move right after.
Please,
That's
please.
not fun.
Now we get him with the block. Oh, we just hit him really
We
hard.
just beat the shit out of you.
Yeah.
Please, none of that hit. Please, please! I got stun locked! I couldn't do nothing!
It's also just a random chance that you get Leaf Bracer, so we don't have that either.
Hate
Yeah. If you play proud mode or critical mode, you have to get those skills. There are like, if you melt a specific action, you can guarantee an ability, I think. But yeah, it's a lot of extra stuff.
Yeah, you don't just get them for leveling up. Too easy.
Greg,
This
the
is
way
a
you're
game
running
for
doesn't
real
even make
gamers.
sense.
I'm half crab. Uh-oh. Whoa!
That lasts way longer than you think it is. You fucking shithead. You actual piece of garbage. Stop!
He just teleports on.
He teleported on my fucking head!
Yeah, you just die. It's a full combo to death.
Yeah, this fight is literally, if you aren't attacking, just you have to just mash dodge.
Leave me alone, brag!
Naku!
I hit it! You stupid bitch!
She has a little bit of recovery after you do a dodge.
Actually, she has quite a lot of recovery from the state of that.
Hate everything.
It could be worse. Could have made Terra fight this guy with a shit dodge.
Terra did have to fight this guy.
Yeah, but it's not as this difficult and doing as much damage with the shots.
That's true. Ah!
Stop! I couldn't get out! I managed to, but it didn't want.
Oh!
It just teleports on top of you and shoots, and it hits you instantly, and then he just combos you and you die, and there's nothing you can do about it. Just gotta hope he doesn't do that. Oh,
Trash man.
he's doing the thing.
Yeah,
I know
but-
you know at this point, and you can't possibly get Echo to face the right direction, but
Well,
I know it's sad to say.
yeah. Why did you? I was pushing the analog stick!
It's okay. Brick says it's okay.
Well, Frank is a garbage man whom I hate.
His parents were garbage people. What the fuck, Echo?
Your grandparents!
Yeah.
My god!
The biggest ones. The most midi-chlorians.
Who was so evil they came back to life. So angry.
That's not what I wanted. Well,
Get yourself goodbye! Yeah, I don't think you can block the black ones.
There are unblockable attacks in Kingdom Hearts, and it's
Yeah.
almost always... There's only like 5 in every game, and it's
Yeah.
there's like no tell whatsoever for if it's unblockable.
Cameron, can we do something intelligent?
No.
Well, that wasn't it. But okay.
Yeah.
That's also not what I wanted to do.
It worked.
Yeah.
Oh.
Please stop pushing them out of range before you do the big Explodo move.
Nice knowing ya!
He's too high up.
You didn't make him just shoot the floor like an idiot 100 million times.
Well, that's pretty nice.
Yeah, that's fun.
Ooh.
Stop hurting me. I'm nice.
Why you always shooting me with those little crossbows of yours? It's really offensive.
Sir. Do it.
Blue.
Idiot.
Yeah.
He gets to fire like one bullet with his second gun before the first lock get reflected.
Shit!
Oh god. I was just gonna zero to death you. in
Same.
At least this game as well does the thing where if you block an attack, it, you know, extends the block. Unlike Kingdom Hearts fucking 1.
Yeah.
And you fight the stupid ice giant and you're reflecting all his stuff back, but then you get hit by one of the last little things at the end and then you get... maybe a little...
It does extend the block by just not enough to ever be useful. Just a little bit less time than you ever would need.
Nice.
It like extends the block just enough that the recover, like you don't block the next attack, but you're still in recovery, so you can't move.
Oh,
Perfect.
shit. What are you doing?
Ray?
Die, please, die! I need you to die!
Oh, nicely done.
Oh, I didn't think that was actually gonna hit! Oh!
Break that with,
Styling on him.
Ripple. You were blocking like a champion at the end of that.
I keep forgetting
Whoa.
with Keyblade wielders.
Yeah.
God.
That just
Oh, I'm
means
gonna
I made the
cry.
right choice. Well, he wanted me
I'm
to
glad I
buy
didn't
time.
eat before that
I'd
fight.
say he got it.
Cause I...
Thrown up when you saw how bad it was.
yeah. He always still just struggling down there. Oh boy.
If it didn't take 2 hours, like...
He was the last boss, though, at least in that run, right? I genuinely can't remember anymore.
He was.
Okay, I'd be fine if it's the last boss, because there's nothing else after that, and it's like, oh, I fucking did it, and this is not as great, because it's like, I know that there's more.
I'm glad you're okay.
We'll see about that.
Go away, Michael. Fuck off, Michael.
You fucking summoned me again, you bitch! I was stuck in space for 12 hours!
Good.
Oh, thank goodness.
Oh, he's
Oof.
defrosted.
You're safe.
A nice new sword you got.
Keyblade.
Keyblade or Keyblade?
Keyblade? I don't remember what that is.
That's Keyblade.
Okay.
This is the one time it's the Keyblade.
I don't know shit.
It's
Is
bigger
the
and
thing.
dumber than a regular Keyblade,
Oh.
which is kind of impressive.
I am not
Right.
Ventus. His heart has become a part of mine now.
Riku?
This Keyblade will open
It's
a door.
Venus.
He's got the Riku
It's
outfit
Roxas
though.
now.
It's Roxarikus!
Keyblade warriors will flock here from each
Horrible.
and every one of them to battle for the light within Kingdom Hearts.
That's just the moon.
And just like the
Oh.
legend
That's just the
Keyblade
moon.
War will begin.
Shut up.
Yeah, you tell him.
Every time any character starts a big speech,
Shut
someone
up!
should just yell, "Shut up!"
Oh, heck. Why do I have to be here with Michael?
I'm playing Michael.
Ah!
Oh my god!
Don't worry, I got you, yeah!
isn't doing anything!
It's spinning.
Thanks, Michael! Fucking got me break. Okay. You know what?
It's
Fuck!
his payback. Michael will remember. And now the end.
Is he just...
You're gonna explode.
That's fine. What is this?
Yeah, that's just a mash.
What the
Dodge button.
Just always. The whole game is just mash the dodge button.
Yeah, that's why I
Yeah.
recommend people just get used to whenever you're moving in normal, even when there's no enemies, just roll.
It's slightly
Just get
faster
used to
as
it.
well in here.
Yeah.
It
Why would
is,
you
yeah.
block? Just roll everywhere. Just rolling down the street on the morning commute.
He two-faced.
Michael, do your fucking job and distract the boy!
Well, Michael's dead a lot of the time.
You want to sign the contract of Disney? We'll own you forever. Oh, it's not working. Cartwheel. Too slow.
Nice dodges.
Fuck, I hit the wrong button!
It's
I
fine,
hate
he
that
was
I
going
actually have to pay
underground.
attention to that! Please.
Field
That
round
move is
Keyblade.
is the dumbest thing I've ever seen, where he just wiggles around at 10,000 miles an hour.
Too slow. Too slow is actually the one time it works because you're using fucking Spellweaver and it takes forever to swing the sword.
Right? No. Michael, what are you doing? I know you're trying to get me to do that stupid move with you. I don't wanna! Would literally rather die.
Oh.
Okay.
I can't
Let's
wait
go.
for the time that you accidentally hit continue and you gotta fight break again.
No. Please. Please, no.
At least now I've traumatized you every time you die, so you probably won't make that mistake.
I would not like it. Fuck. Fuck! I was on cure. I'm an idiot. It's fine.
He's beating my ass!
What? 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 No! I didn't want to save Michael! Gross!
Help!
Please lock onto the boy?
He's beating my ass! Michael's fucking dead. Oh god, where are you gonna go when he jumps up in the air? Okay, it doesn't follow him. I've returned from the dead!
Well, that's not what I wanted to do, but okay.
It works when he does that a
He
little
does
bit.
a little bit of damage and you're invulnerable.
Yeah.
You do have to touch Michael though, unfortunately.
That's gross.
The whole hands of Michael.
Yeah.
I need here.
They almost
No!
stayed out of the ground long enough they can max out Thunderbolt.
Yeah, if you get into
Yeah.
blade form, you can maybe kick his ass a bit.
No! No! I didn't
That's
like
how
that.
stupid
Get
that
out of
dodge
here.
is. You can literally be inside the thing that is attacking you, mashing dodge, and you'll still dodge it. It is quite sad watching that.
Troy shouldn't be able to hit you the instant you exit that move.
Yeah.
Seems a little rude.
Yeah. Woo! Whoa!
You're not invited to the Mickey Mouse Clubhouse, motherfucker! monkey that got hit in the crossfire.
Fuck.
That's not the move you want to do.
Woohoo! Woohoo! Woo!
It was very amusing watching Michael Mouse get his fucking head chopped off.
It's good.
Bastard.
Let's team up, hold my hand! Aqua, hold my hand!
No! I didn't hit X! I didn't hit X! I was dodging! Okay, so if you're just near him and you hit any button, he's immediately like, you're in my bubble now!
Yeah, because you're mashing dodge. It's like, oh, you pressed square near me, here you go. Look at how powerless you are.
Yeah, charge up for 1,000,000 years, and then I can just go away.
I make the key symbol, the Kai symbol in the floor.
It's just an X.
It's just
no,
an
it's
X.
Kai, or the Kai blade. It's really cool.
No.
Look how cool my keyblade is. It's 2 keyblades with an actual blade in it.
Nope, he's doing something stupid again.
See ya. Whoa, too slow.
Nope. I wasn't on screen for a minute there. I didn't know what was going on.
It's 2 keyblades and 1 blade key, all duct taped together.
No shit! Fuck, sorry. I got scared.
It's fine.
No!
He's just taking a minute to do some sick combos on Michael Mouse.
Fuck. Stop doing that. Stop doing that thing that hurts me.
Do the thing where you just stand still for 5 minutes, please. Oh, he's
Yeah,
doing
that!
it. He just rolled right through it and it was fine.
Yep. That's the power of the Kai blade, baby.
Shit.
My duct tape swords. It's like a Dead Rising 2 weapon.
Okay, nope. Nope. Ugh.
Make it a cutscene inside Vanitas' heart where he's at a workbench just duct taping the keyblades together.
Just wearing like a big Lego hat and kids onesie.
You gonna do the... No, you're gonna do the move that I hate. You vanish into the ground, so I can't do anything.
The poopy butthole dimension.
Fuck.
No, that's like the third
Shit.
of the 5 unblockable moves.
I didn't mean to block was the thing! I was trying to dodge as he said, no, actually. Nope, that's a mistake. I've made a mistake. I made a mistake. I made a mistake!
It's fine, it's probably one of the least damaging moves he
Yeah,
had in his
that much
arsenal.
damage.
Okay. No! You can't just teleport over here!
He took
Did
Michael on a
you or
fucking
did you
trip.
just scoop Mickey away?
Yeah.
Well, that's fine, actually. He can. I think.
Kidnapped Mickey.
That's cool.
Horrible. Can't believe this.
HP. I'm dead in a
Oh no.
Fuck.
I'm back, baby.
Don't
Let
stay
me at
down
him.
for long.
And now the end.
No.
I'll draw my X on the, my Kai on the floor.
That's the wrong button. Sorry, I got square mixed up with X.
It's almost like there was a big X on the screen.
But
Good
Yeah,
thing he
take-
scooped Michael away instead of go for you.
So much.
Yeah, that could have been bad. What are you doing? No, stop.
That
I can't-
hesitation was the downfall.
He's just walking.
Menacing.
Standing there menacingly.
Butthole dimension.
Bad dimension.
Its strongest ability is to take away your lock on.
Shit.
No!
It's fine, it went for Michael.
Oh, he's doing the thing again.
Yeah.
Michael has a built-in taunt, it's pretty great. I love in Kingdom Hearts 1, Riku does like 20 lines, he like dashes like all across the map 20 times and then does a giant X in the floor. He just sits there in the middle and goes, and then does a giant X in the floor.
Stands there for 5 hours while you wail on him, and he's fully vulnerable.
Shit. Game, why is it I can't lock onto the boy when he's in the ground, but when Brag is, you know, teleporting all over the thing, I can follow him just fine?
He's just enjoying the content.
Shit.
It's fine, he doesn't hurt that much.
Yeah, but it's
And
still...
he almost always misses, even if you're not moving.
Please be dead. Okay.
Oh my god, I thought you got too greedy, he was gonna go underground and kill you. Oh my god.
No.
Woo!
No.
I like that it has 2 grips and he holds it by neither of them.
Yeah.
Right? What is this boy doing?
Well, it's not where he holds it backwards. What do you want?
How are you supposed to hold it? Is it like scissors? Can we open and close it?
Is he
this?
Scissorman?
Giving up already?
Is he the scissor walker?
Not the scissor walker.
Is he gonna kill Leonard?
Ben,
Just
lend me strength.
throw him over if he's the scissor walker. Just knock him over. What are you doing, Aqua?
Just wasting your energy.
Sir, you had like 6 bars and I got rid of all of them. You're dead now.
Nothing can beat the Kai Blade. I am all the Jedi!
And then I get stabbed with his own sword. Oh.
No, the Keyblade!
Actually, that's the Kai Blade?
That's what I said. The key. Look at the subtitles. I clearly said Keyblade. Right, you're right. Your Keyblade completely different from my Keyblade.
He's fine, I'm sure. We don't need to worry about him.
Yeah, he just has a symbol, the lock symbol over his body.
Right?
It's fine.
Yeah, well, so does Aqua, and she's fine.
Yeah.
Oh, bye!
Summon those bubbles.
Why does Mickey get to stay there?
I'm the most powerful.
No. Bad rat.
Strike me down, Ray.
Hey, great.
Did it.
And it was all a dream.
Where am I?
Donald and Goofy, the real final boss fight.
Oh my god.
Fortunately, Mickey found you and Ventus drifting in the lanes between.
That's all
This
fruity.
is not what you want to wake up to.
No, it's
You
not.
have to
I
do
am
Dream
sorry,
Drop
but there was no
Distance.
Yeah, hey, remember how you said you were gonna do Dream Drop Distance?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
Error
that's next.
mistake.
Yeah.
I'm happy. I was real quick to be like, yeah.
Yeah, you have to do Kingdom Hearts 3.
Yeah, I gotta figure out what I'm doing with that.
Hope you like looking at the spinning teacups. Fucker.
I can turn that off now, so it's fine.
Oh.
Heart has left.
You can turn that off? You could say no to that?
They patched it in so you can make it one of your abilities, and you just turn the ability off, and then you don't get any of the attraction rides.
That the like super powerful move was so annoying that they patched it so you can just not use it.
Until he wakes.
Wow.
I mean, it's not even that powerful. You're just invulnerable for a while.
Yeah.
Tell you what your friend needs right now. It is not your protection. He needs you to believe.
Gotta believe.
Like Parappa the Rapper once.
Punch, kick, it's all in the mind.
Papa, kick.
That means you will be looking for a friend, one who believes in him, to show him the way home. Just as long as you love him, then Ventus will be able to find you when he wakes.
No.
Follow that love back.
Venice is broken. Just get another one. Just
Yeah, we
return
gotta
to the start.
Listen, there's like 50 of them out there, right?
There's
I'm sure
so
one of
many.
them has to be functional.
Don't you worry, Aqua. I believe in Ben too. Gosh, he's been at
Is he still under warranty? Who's Roxas? Never heard of him.
It's not Roxas, everyone. That's Ventus. They're very different. They have completely
Very
unique
different.
designs.
Not the same in the slightest.
One of his little hair, spiky hairs, is different. You can't tell which one, but if you zoom in real close, you can tell.
Oh, jeez.
Congratulations, you beat Aqua's story! Yay!
Thank God.
Beat
And
all
now,
three.
hopefully, you unlock the final story.
Hopefully you don't.
I hope you do. Just make sure to save, and it's all good.
No.
Yeah. That was the. Are you sure you don't want to save? Like, yeah, I'm sure I don't want to save. Like, no.
It's like a riddle. Are you sure you don't want to save?
Are you
Well,
sure you
here's-
want to not save?
Ah, double negative. Okay. Great. You may find use for it down the line. Fuck off, game.
Just listen to Simple and Clean for the 5th time.
Whoa! Freaked out, it's fine.
It's totally fine.
Did you say no to skip
I
introduction?
think you said skip. I think you did skip. I think you didn't skip the tutorial.
You're gonna have to fight the orbs.
You're gonna have to do the bit at the
no.
beginning where
Quit out and
where he's-
start over.
Yeah. Yeah.
You might have to do it on the.
There's a lot
emulator.
more cutscenes though, and you don't skip the tutorial.
Oh wow!
And you can't skip.
Just hit the reset button. It's fine. Just press the PSP's reset button.
Yeah, the two PlayStation 4s tied together's reset button. Just do that.
Because as per usual, I forgot where I hid my folders. It's fine, don't worry about it. There you go. Oh boy. Did it? Do I have to reset the volume? Yeah, I do.
Ugh, sorry.
That should be fine. Possibly?
Perhaps?
Well, I haven't gone deaf yet.
That's fine to me, but I haven't got the storybook.
Well, I shared it.
We do want to skip the introduction.
That is something we want to do.
Yes. Skip. Skip.
We're hoping to see no extra thing, right? So we can say we did it.
I don't know.
Yeah, you might not. You might have to quickly reload your Aqua save file and check what. You have to get all of the Xehanort reports, which you should have almost all of them, and I think they're just locked behind a random chest that you haven't opened.
Okay, well,
Powerful.
I need to piss, so I'm gonna do that again.
I'll look up where
This
all
is
of
a
them
very
are.
good opportunity to just say, "Oh well, guess we won. There's no more game here."
I mean, we can see how many we're missing.
No, I mean we can. If Kesh wants to.
Oh god, now we're gonna get the copyright strike.
Awful.
It's fine, Donald Duck will sing it, it's fine. Humanity! I need the fan on because it's getting fucking hot.
We find Goopman? Is Goopman over here? I don't remember Goopman. I thought he just fought Phineas again for some reason.
Leonard
man.
Goopman? No, you know who we fight in this mode? We fight Submit!
Here's the thing.
So
If I do this, if I load this up and we find all the things,
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to do the bosses again, aren't I?
No, I don't think so. As long as you have a save profile with all of the stuff, I think it should be fine. Or it should be fine. So we just gotta go into the menu and look at our Xehanort reports.
You're a Xehanort.
Your
Game
secret
records?
reports.
We are missing several.
No, it's between all of them with all their accounts.
Okay, cool.
Let me.
So we have 4,
Let me
6, and
check.
7 here. Yeah, which reports do we get for
think
which
there's-
characters?
Alright, let me look up Aqua.
Because it wouldn't
Aqua.
surprise me if they were like, oh yeah, for Terra you get 1, 2, and 10!
Aqua has
Yeah.
access to 3, 4, 6, and 7.
3, 4, 6, and 7? So we're just
Yes,
missing
and
3 here.
3, it's in Radiant Garden in Merlin's house.
Well, that's why we didn't get it.
Because we try and avoid Merlin.
Because I didn't go into Gunkle's house.
Gunk Uncle. Gunkle.
The gay uncle.
Okay.
Not the gunky uncle.
Well, there was a Goop Man in chat and I was confused.
Okay. Okay. Merlin. I'm in your house.
The good uncle. The Gunkle.
Good uncle. We love this uncle.
Oh, cool. Can these big treasure chests be, Xehanort reports as well as just fucking spiders
Great.
and nips?
Okay, so we got all these. Save.
It's got the
Yes.
star on it. Does the save file?
Yeah, it should still count. As long as you just don't overwrite the other ones for the characters, it's fine.
Yeah, I'm trying. Okay.
The star
can't-
ones.
I can't go back. I can't.
Oh yeah, you
Like-
can't go fucking. You can't move the fucking. You can't move down.
Hold on. Let me. Where do I change my controls? Down button.
Oh, I can see it.
D-pad down. we keyboard down.
Yeah.
There we go. This is how I get around Dark Souls and Elden Ring and everything, is I just use the down key on my keyboard while I play with my controller. It's horrible. My hands are like constantly hovering over my keyboard so I can just like smash down real fast. I just wanted to make sure that it's there. It is. Great. Yeah, it's the key patroller.
Terra
then-
should be fine. Terra only has one, and that's just for being the last boss.
It's a Marvel versus Capcom strat.
So
You hold
Ventus
left
is
and
awesome.
right at the same time, so you can block everything. use both controllers.
Can't load, can I? I have to
No.
reset every single
gotta
fucking
reset.
time, huh?
Yeah, or you can just beat the final boss again.
No.
Yeah, that puts you back to the menu.
No. No. Mm-mm, no. No, I don't think so. No. No. Unrelated to literally anything. I braided my hair today, and it's very cute.
Yeah.
My hair has gotten very long, and it scares me. 'Cause I don't
My hair
think...
feek.
Right? No, that's my issue. I have half my head shaved at the moment because I have so much hair, and it's heavy and hot, and I hate it.
Yeah.
But I think this is like the longest my hair has been since I was like a baby. Sorry, I had to like think about what I was doing here for a minute.
That's fine. We can triple check. We should be guaranteed to get the one that he gets. For some reason, he only gets one.
Why does he only get one? No, there's
What?
3 there.
My guide is lying to me.
I have 2, 8, and 11. I'm scared that we're missing way
How
more.
is there not a way that you can...
Just see all of the things that you've gotten.
I swear
from...
there is. It might be in the main menu. There might be an option in the main menu.
Well, we can't go back to the main menu. It's stuck
Yeah,
here.
you gotta
Hold
restart that.
on.
Hold on. So we have 2? Oh yeah,
Yeah,
never
I'm-
mind. It does
I'm
say
writing
Terra
this
for
down.
Some reason. I got it. We have 2, 8, and 11.
Okay.
We are missing 5, which gotta do some stuff for that.
Great. Where? How?
You gotta go to the Mirage Arena.
No.
Where
You
is?
gotta-
What is that?
You gotta go and clear level 10 in the Mirage Arena. The area all the way to the left that you it completely ignored the whole time.
Oh, this stupid thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, every time you looked at it, we were like, it's bad, don't go there. So you didn't
just
look
like-
at it.
Yeah. Listen, it does not take much convincing to not get me to do a thing. You just tell me, hey, don't go there, and I'll be like, yeah, okay, and then I just won't fucking go there. Simple as that. It's the only
This
time.
rule only applies in Kingdom Hearts.
Yeah, this is the only time it will ever happen. If you tell me not to go somewhere, I'm going to go there otherwise, but not here.
Did it say we could fight people online?
Yeah, you can I think there's PvP in this.
Oh, wow!
And you got like, and there's PvE stuff, and I think there's some PvP, and you can rank up and stuff.
Why? Why
Yeah,
would
it's
anyone
dumb.
want to do that? Hi, my name is
We just go to the thing, and then we do the missions. I think like new event, and then we do arena mode.
I was gonna say,
Yeah,
if we're
arena
racing, we're
mode.
not.
No, we're gonna do arena mode, and we have to do all of the or clear. Does it say cleared level 10? Yeah, if we can do level 10 right away, then great. If we can't, then we.
I don't even know what
Okay,
this
hold
means.
on.
I
Day
think
of
you
Reckoning
have
was
to
the
fight
first one.
these.
Oh,
Do we have to do a lot of this?
there are 3
Uh,
of these. And I have to wait. I have to do this as Terra.
Yeah.
Oh no.
We'll see how many levels the arena gets.
I mean, at worst it's 10, but I think there are some where you don't fight bosses and it's just like fight a group of enemies. Or it might be this where you fight a group of enemies and a boss.
Is he gonna say
Yeah.
on the screen the whole time?
Oh,
Yes,
look
it
at the
is.
damage you do. See, you do big damage.
Big damage, no whammies. Big damage, no whammies.
This is where you might begin to miss the aqua dodge eventually, but
Yeah.
that's fine.
I'm
Everyone
trying
goes
to
for
power
that.
But it's fine because look at how fast they go away.
Yeah. We're now playing a Dynasty Warriors game. This is how normal mode should be, game.
Imagine, not the fucking birds.
Oh god, and we have to kill him because it's an arena.
Favorite.
No, 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 no. No.
Hey.
Where's the other bird?
Oh, the other
Birds
one's
are done.
down. This is fine.
What the fuck is this thing?
Robot.
Why does it look like that?
A ribbit. This is Nem's mission. This is all of Nem's favorites here. Mimics, birds, the whole shit.
Hell yeah, the trifecta.
Horrible enemies. Where
Oh
where
god, that
is?
ugly earth texture.
Yeah, it's not good. Can you lock on?
Remember, he has the good shot luck ability as well of the dark volley.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Why are they just going in circles, Games? They don't
That's
even
a
do
great
anything.
question.
Well,
he
that guy tried to charge at me, but you know. Listen, they're going in circles. It's impossible to hit them.
It's so
They're
powerful.
serpentine.
I'm a snack. I'm so slip. I'm slimy. Ah.
We need to, guys, so we can PvP each other on
No.
on Kingdom Hearts, but by sleep.
No.
We can try
There's
out
another bird
different
up there.
builds. Oh,
He scared me? I know he's not gonna like do any damage to me, but he scared me?
he actually tried to attack you. That was unusual enough.
Oh. Where are you going?
He just kind of wishes around.
Yeah.
Made a little fat noise.
Yeah,
I
it's
got every wave is 2 waves, just so the number's always half as high as it should be.
Yeah.
It's a cool touch.
Oh. Excuse me? No. I do keep trying to use the dodge to like right myself in the same way that I was with like Aqua, but he goes so far.
Yeah.
He just zooms away.
Just goes and goes.
Oh.
Punched out your thing.
Okay,
Where are
I
you
found
going?
the specific one you have to do after this as well. I found it.
Okay.
So we'll know when it shows up. It seems one of it's one of the beginning ones as well, because it's like the 1, 2, 3. It's like the 5th one that shows up. So it hopefully is.
Do you have the
soon.
name?
It's called Sinister Sentinel.
Okay. What's happening?
Now you fight boss.
He goes. Ow, ow, ow,
Wow, look at how much health boss I got. Ow.
Oh god, why does he have 5 health back?
Ow, yeah, but we
Yeah,
do
but also look.
How many
You deal a
Arsolum?
lot of damage.
Hey, remember Arsolum? Remember when
Yeah.
it worked and not
Oh.
Oh, we chaos bladed right into his
It's
Hair
fine.
splitting from the inside.
Fucking hell, Tara.
I'm waddling.
Oh, all his health bars are gone.
Well, he's fucking dead. Oh, I will say that did feel very good.
What a power trip.
I win. Wins.
You
Okay,
didn't get
let
any
me-
friendship though.
That's fine. Fuck friends. Sorry, y'all. I didn't mean that.
Terra's strong, but his dodge is fucking ass.
Okay. Oh, it does tell us how many.
Help your next number go up faster.
Okay. Please. Please. It is only 4 rounds. It did just say. I saw that number earlier and it just did not register with me what any of that meant because none of this means anything to me.
It says here that the Sinister Sentinel, well, like in terms of the menu that I'm seeing, it is after Weaver Fever. So I mean,
Okay.
hopefully soon.
Idiot. Come here.
Oh, that's awkward.
We
We thought we were safe and fine, but then the mines just decided, no.
They said I'm done, actually. My time here is done.
I'm off the clock.
This clock
Right. Please go where the enemies are.
Oh yeah, Dark Impulse.
We're gonna.
Whoa!
Yeah. His
The
big
hands
sneaky
to the man.
You do the thing as well, where you go underground at the end of this. It's great.
No.
I love Terra, like, oh, I'm gonna stop using the darkness. I can quit anytime I want. And like every move he has is gag something. But it's like, maybe he's genuinely so dumb he doesn't know Dark Impulse is darkness.
Well, no, because the last thing that he heard was Impulse, and so...
Yeah, that's true. You wouldn't know.
He has no idea. He's just a simple boy.
Yeah,
Trying so hard to not use the darkness anymore, and darkness things keep happening. I don't understand.
What do you mean
Dark
I
Impulse.
killed the princess? Oh, shit.
Anyways, Dark Shotlock. Why did the man go small?
Yeah, what happened? None of this is not, these are not who I want. Well, half of those missed, but, you know, it's fine.
Yeah, because critical impact is kind of busted.
I'm also just trying to remember
That
what
wave
all
just
of his moves
exploded
did.
as soon as they appeared.
Yeah, it was great.
I loved it.
Listen, you can't put 4 waves in here and call it a single wave. Please stop. Please stop. Please stop. Listen, y'all need to cut it out. Okay. That's fine. No, Terry, you have to close the space, okay?
He does come
Please?
back in Kingdom Hearts 3.
Yeah.
I don't think he does any moves after he comes back. It's part of the ending gauntlet, which is just the dumbest shit you've ever seen or heard of. Just throughout. There's like 15 different Roxases running around. Fighting on both sides.
What? Well, I wanted Chaos Blade, but then the game said actually it's not available anymore.
That's fine. You're a good guy. Here's Dart Impulse.
Let's
Not
just
using
volley
the
as
Darkness
well.
anymore, will you stack volley instead?
Where are
it's
these
shooting
going?
these random things that he shot out. It's
Oh.
almost dead.
They were fighting the wheel.
Oh god! You smacked him so hard his arm fell off.
Good.
It's like Monster Hunter.
Now it is Star Wars. The arms are falling off.
It's rule number 1.
Rule number 1. There's always a bigger fish. The good Star Wars movies are shit. We should just watch all the bad Star Wars movies. Go watch the Phantom Menace sometime. That could be the next bad one we watch.
Oh jeez.
Or are you gonna go straight for the rare ones, which I think are actually worse?
Oh
Yeah,
no.
I agree.
We just need we need some good Jar Jar content in the
No.
in the new ones, and then they'd be perfect.
I don't think that's true. Oh boy.
When is Sora finally gonna team up with Star Wars to defeat the
Just you wait. Kingdom Hearts 4 is coming up.
His Lord Jar Jar? No friendship, Cash. You got no friendship. It only goes up by 1 level every time.
Yeah.
We're gonna have to do this 400 times.
Yeah. No, because there he is.
Oh, that should be the one you gotta do.
Here's
Nice.
hoping. This will be the last one we attempt, and if it doesn't work, then we're done. And it's and we're
that's
over.
Fair.
Oh, right. I have to hit start for some reason. I know
Here it
this
says
music.
Sinister Sentinel rewards. Xehanort's Report 5. Sky Climbers command style. Apparently you get Ice Climbers command style, but that's cool. And you get 150 medals for Aqua, apparently.
What does that even mean?
Oh, Aqua gets 150 medals if you do it. I see Terra gets the report, and if you do Aventus, you get a command style.
Oh.
Oh, it's only Venus can summon the Ice Climbers.
You get some good stuff from doing this, which is kind of stuff like
Stupid?
HP boosts. If you want
I mean,
more
I
HP
guess-
during the game, that's kind of nice.
And it's not
And the
a
ultimate
horrible
Keyblade.
way to like grind if you have to.
I like when the man went very little.
Yeah, this gives the XP. I mean, yeah, this is
Yeah.
probably should have been the thing we did if we wanted
We
to.
haven't leveled up once since we started. Just pointing out.
Yeah, but
I
We're
think
level
so.
30 as well. Whatever.
Yeah, like we're
That's
also
true.
we're pretty high level at this point.
And these
This
have
would have been-
early stages as well. These are weak.
Terra
Yeah.
needed to grind a little.
Just do this for a million years.
It's pretty great. It's pretty great.
Oh, now we got critical impact.
Now everything fucking dies in one hit. It's great.
Assuming I can not get stunned.
Yeah.
It's not that I'm worried about dying, it's just that it's annoying.
Yeah, Terra also has a fucking huge health bar.
Yeah, which I should probably like do that just real quick.
It goes all the way to S.
Wild. Sir?
But we didn't fuse our smash our moves together with Aqua for HP boost. We went all into the damage.
Yeah.
But then the bosses that she
We-
fought said, no, I don't want to get hit by those.
Yeah, well, I'm how much little damage you would have done otherwise.
Right?
Also, we got like a ton of extra reload speed on all the magic.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That seems handy.
The mine is still like one of my favorite moves in Kingdom
It's
Hearts.
so
I love the mine
stupid. I
ability.
love it. I have missed it. It's just a very cheap, but like in the best possible way.
I like that whether you're fighting like a basic shadow or like an evil wizard, no one is smart enough to touch the mines. No character in Kingdom Hearts knows that don't just stand on the mine ability.
No one understands mines. They're mysterious and weird.
Like magnets.
How the fuck do they work?
No one knows.
This one had 5 rounds,
Yeah,
right?
it was 5 rounds. An
Okay.
extra one.
Well, stop being locked onto that man. He doesn't
I don't
matter
know.
anymore.
That could be any amount of waves of enemies, because
Yeah!
it doesn't. It
Doesn't
it
matter.
goes up
It's not
around when
real.
it feels like it.
No, but it does give me an idea of when I should start being like, okay, this is going too long when I do see the next time it pops up with a round. But, yeah.
Look how your health is at 2/3.
That's like as much health as I had as Aqua!
It is. It's pretty good.
My god! Should just gear up real fast. Excuse me? Excuse me?
Oh no! Oh, he's deaf again.
I don't know what is happening. Things are exploding.
Can't explain itself.
Okay.
Yeah, literally, I was like, oh, there's so many ball dudes. Like, there's gonna be so much waiting around for them all to explode. But I
No,
was
and they were there and then they
just all
weren't.
died. It was crazy.
Look at the tiny little guy. I just like watching the random enemies shrink for no obvious reason.
Are we just gonna keep doing that? Okay.
It's all random for that random finisher. It does random moves.
Do they do random statuses?
I think so, yeah.
Why everyone's getting frozen and shrunk and poisoned sometimes?
Yep.
As little as that makes sense, that makes sense.
Everything's made up and the points don't matter.
Mm-hmm. Listen, all of Kingdom Hearts is bullshit, and nothing matters, and therefore it all matters. It's just doing it.
Oh
Okay.
no. Right at the end.
Right, I have been able to do a murder on them enough to, like... Okay, let's...
Rock Breaker!
That's fine. It's fine. Bird. Bird.
He stopped in a very weird, funny position.
Right?
Got stuck in the sky.
Mid-deflation. Rude.
No,
What?
Bird. Bird,
My weakness.
please.
Bird!
Hatch enemy. But
Oh.
You have a leveled up high jump now. You might be able to reach them.
Well, within
Oh,
within
there we go.
reason. Okay, sir. La, 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 la. Ow. Ow. Great. Boss time.
Boss. Fighting Tron. Oh no!
is this a new guy?
Yeah, there are unique bosses in this mode as well.
Weird.
But why?
To give you some new content.
Oh my
Not
god,
bad.
stop. Sir? Sir?
Okay, he's going hog wild.
I may also recommend pausing and quick saving, so you don't have to do all the fucking mob farming.
No. No.
Okay.
What is he doing?
Just
Oh my
slowly
god,
walking
Terra!
towards you menacingly.
Well, let's just get rid of his health real fast. It's like
I only
2
took
health.
like 2 health bars.
Yeah, you
Only.
can spam it, like 2 more times as well if you want it.
Oh, that's
Oh, it
right,
goes
I can
in the
just do this
slot,
like a
too.
million times! Oh.
Yeah.
My one weakness, floor! Terra!
Terra's
You
only
have to
weakness-
look at the man!
Terra's only weakness, flaw.
Where the fuck did he
Where'd he
go?
It's such
I don't
a
know how
good
you meant
move.
to hit him with your actual attacks.
I think you can block it. I don't know.
No.
Not blocking.
Oh.
No, that's not enough. Just barely enough.
What is he doing?
Oh, he angry. He got a steel cage.
No, that's not where I go.
Got
I
steel
don't go
chair
there.
from under the arena.
You wanna come here? Right here? Yeah, like that!
But instead of not setting off the mines, you just
No,
set
they
off the mine.
did!
Oh,
He
they
did!
Yeah.
He lost so much health!
Yeah, it took away almost a whole bar.
Nice.
Well!
You can't beat my axe raider.
Where are you going?
I don't know. Apparently he was done though.
We were locked on, and he went the other direction. Where did the man go? Sir, can you stop? Here's the thing.
Robert? I'm gonna say you could probably finish him with that, but it's
Feel lame.
dubious. And also he needs to fuck off so you can charge it.
Oh, fuck.
You're done.
Ah, the cage is blocking.
Yeah. And now he's
It's
underground.
horrible. Oh my god. No! Well, can you stop setting me on fire, please? Consider? No, you were... Come here. Yeah.
Hey!
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
a good move.
I
It's a
love
very
that
good move.
Oh!
It's getting absolutely destroyed, but you know what? Fucking died.
You win.
I did.
Everyone has miles more reach than Van, because Van holds his Keyblade upside down. 'Cause
Yeah.
he's
An idiot.
roughly as dumb as Terra.
There it is! Sorry.
Yes.
Got excited. It was there, and I saw it, and I did it, and now
Got
I
a
can
medal.
leave.
We can shave
Pete
and
has a medal.
How do I leave?
you press X on that platform over there.
Oh, that makes sense. I got scared and I thought I was trapped. Was the thing.
You're here forever now. You can't save. You will never be able to do the final story.
Makino.
Okay, and then
Why have
we
you done this?
and then we reset. And then we double check. Then yeah. Yeah. Oh boy. Oh boy.
And
How are
then
we
should
doing?
Have 4.
Okay. Is everyone good? We feeling great? They will
Yeah, I
not
think
be
they,
able-
you can actually see there, actually, if you back out, the Trinity Archives.
Well,
I think this has everyone's joint stuff.
well,
yeah,
Two
secret
more
reports.
percent completion.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
Is there a 12?
There is a 12.
Wait, do we have one, or is Xehanart's letter one? Oh, we got
have,
one. Never mind.
Yeah, we have Xehanort's letter and report 1.
Yeah,
need
the
12.
number 12 is in the ancient battlegrounds, the starting area of the Keyblade Graveyard for Ven.
It's
So it should
very
just be
annoying that I
a hop,
missed
skip, and a
one
chest.
for each one of them.
Well, one had to do
Yeah.
an arena that you hadn't done ever, so that's
Yeah,
that's at
but
least
even
fair.
even still.
For Aqua, you were traumatized and never wanted to go anywhere near Winnie the Pooh.
Yep. That is true. You are correct.
And Ventus was, oh, I've already done this area before. I'm just gonna roll through it all.
Yeah. But it's in the Keyblade Graveyard.
Yeah, it's at the very beginning, I believe.
Fucking nuthead.
So we gotta go through the tornado hells, I think. Cause I don't think. Can you fast travel back there? Maybe.
You thinking about Nuthead over there?
I was just gonna say something way more inappropriate, and then I was like, I should probably not. So then the first thing that came to mind was head after that, and so it's just nuthead, it's fine. Oh, fuck.
His head's a nut, but not like a giant nut, just a regular sized nut.
His neck tapers upwards.
Wouldn't it be great if you could avoid these? My god.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's so nice.
Stupid
Hey.
backwards sword.
Can you stop twirling around like a
He was-
fucking idiot?
He was doing Air Flash 3.
His secret move, Airbud.
Horrible.
Learned it from Airbud.
Where are you? What are you doing? What are you doing?
You can't make him stop doing it because there's nothing in the rules that says Ventus says to stop.
Please let me heal. I have been trying this whole time to do a heal.
It's totally fine. So who is your least favorite out of the free-to-play?
Oh, fucking hell. It's Ventus, obviously.
Yeah. That's pretty
Why is he so far away?
Because this is their tribute to the Four Kings fight in Dark Souls 1.
Awful.
Everyone
No!
loves that fight. Oh, you hate to see that.
Hate to
1
see
HP.
it. Oh, you had to see it, Jim.
Fever pitch.
These fucking guys.
Love this dude.
What are you doing?
It doesn't even hit anything. What is the point? He just whipples around in the air for no reason for a really long time.
You have to hit the little man.
He's little. For some reason, the Keyblade just doesn't quite ever seem to reach anyone.
It's weird how that works.
So weird.
Must be broken.
He's just a little guy, and he just needs to little die.
Yeah.
Just a little guy.
Just a little die.
Okay, now where are we facing? What are we doing?
The map is your friend.
I think we
That's
came
back.
from. Yeah.
Are you kidding me?
Oh my god.
Fucking
It's fine. We're fine here. We have a good time playing Kingdom Hearts.
It's just one more boss fight. That's all you gotta do is one more boss fight. Big Thunder Boy.
All the better to hit him.
Oh my god. dragon.
Where is he?
Funny little clang of sounds.
Game, I can't see where the man is because there is no level in here.
There is no level.
I'm gonna vomit. No.
15 rounds in all of these. Remember, we're right by the one door which we don't want to go through.
Yeah, look at your map as soon as you fall and then go the other way.
Where are you going? Can you lock on to literally anything? I'll take anything at this point. Just lock on and let me hit a man? But they're on a different plane of existence to me, so I guess we just can't do anything. That's fine. That's cool. Hey, now would be a really great time for that stupid wind move where you just attack upwards for no reason. Oh my god, where did he go?!
He's in a different dimension. He's in the Shuzo.
He's in a different game at this point.
You're just gonna break case for the last episode, it's fine. Not away.
No, but I'm gonna get fucking sucked up again!
We're back where we were exactly after the first tornado.
No.
It's similar to making progress, but kind of sideways.
No.
I do like that none of this combat actually matters at all. It's all just wasting time. We don't need to get experience for Van. We'll never use him again. And it doesn't apply to Aqua.
I just want them to explode. That's faster at this point.
Just make him leave.
Please, just hit the man. I don't know where he is in relation to anything, but hit him. Hit him! Bro, yeah, yeah!
Yeah!
Am I done in here now? No. Well, I'm just gonna get hit a whole bunch.
Interesting start. I love how much you hate Kingdom Hearts.
No.
Beautiful here.
Horrible, awful, bad. Well, okay. Well, none of this is what I wanted to do.
I was
That's what I
worried
wanted to do.
there wasn't gonna be an explosion of rage today.
Well, you got it now!
Again.
I'm freaking out!
We got there.
Oh!
Shrek, I'm looking down!
Just very glad that, despite me screaming and yelling and all that stuff, my neighbors haven't, like, reported me or anything. Not usually this bad. Please just let me have control over my man.
My man! Where
Ah!
Are you like halfway there now? I like, I'm not. My stance going into this is like, oh, it's one of the best ones.
Has that changed? Have I
am
shown you
worried
the way?
It might be actually ass, as well as every other game in the series is complete and total ass.
It's one
But
of
also,
those
like-
things where it might be the best in the series, but that bar is very low.
Also, like, every time someone who likes this game has come in, they've come over as incredibly weird.
It's been absolutely insufferable.
The Kingdom Hearts community is very determined.
Yeah.
It's real bad. Kingdom Hearts like is a trash.
Yeah.
Just horrible people.
Yeah.
Don't be a Kingdom Hearts like her.
Jace, listen.
Specifically the people who make it. No, it's specifically
yeah,
the people who make it their entire personality. That's the Kingdom Hearts liker that we're talking about. Fucking
Yeah, I like
hell.
this game, but yeah, like doing
like
it 3
when I played
times
it
is a
by-
bit ass.
I'm worried I misinterpreted my own opinion.
This is the worst. The tornado thing is the actual worst, though. Like,
Yeah,
I
this is
will-
dumb bullshit.
This is dumb. You can't even outrun it. It's real bad. Why? This is the one time there's just not enemies here that you can just ignore. If you get sucked in, you have to fight them, and it's awful.
No, no, no,
He's holding
no,
the
no,
Keyblade wrong
no,
also?
no,
Holding the
no,
Keyblade
no,
wrong, and you
no,
can't
no,
see.
no, 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 no,
Yeah,
no!
I'm tracked for every single thing. That's great.
We had the one, did you know you can block guy come in, and we also had like someone who read it in from the same game and was just like having a conversation with themselves about Kingdom Hearts in the chat, and that was a little odd. Just talking about how cool and good they are at Kingdom Hearts.
Fucking weirdos. It's like, I'm very much here for like what you like, even if I don't like it. You know what? If it brings you joy, fucking great. Like, genuinely, I'm very happy for you, but also don't be a weirdo about it when I have expressed the fact that I'm not a fan, and then proceed to tell me why I'm wrong when I'm not.
Nice combo there, Keish. I didn't think of that combo. Good.
Right?
Even me, myself. Me, the
Fucking
legend.
weirdos.
I didn't think of that combo.
I'm an
You did it.
actual Keyblade master in
Oh,
real
look, you're
life.
using Wingblade. This move is pretty cool. This move does a lot of damage.
I hate these goddamn enemies. The fact that they can turn
Yeah.
around in 0.1
Instant
second just to block me because their top too big.
Yeah, it's also because he's multi-hit, and they do that after the third hit or whatever. So, because his attacks are so weak, but they attack fast, it's
Half
awful.
the moves in the
Get
game,
me outta
they'll
here,
just
get me outta
instant
here.
block and it'll look like it's broken.
Yeah. Also, Sylvie did become Jimmy from South Park. It's true. I'm glad I'm not the only one who noticed. Okay, where? All the way at the beginning?
Wait. That's supposed to be.
This? It's not this chest. This chest is too small.
No, it's a little bit to the up there, I think. There you go.
It was directly behind me?
Yeah, it was.
Of course it was.
Yeah! It says a note report.
The guy who rated in wasn't as bad as the guy who was. You're on block actually, but like he was like just listing his Kingdom Hearts achievements as like, this is not a venue where anyone is going to care, my guy. Yeah, I was just doing some level 1 grateful mode playthrough.
Yeah, oh yeah.
Okay, no one cares.
I have to go all the way back through the tornadoes.
Yeah,
Y'all.
you do.
Hey, in case you were wondering, I have to go all the way back through the tornadoes, so that. Oh.
There's just the one, I think, or the render distance is so bad, but I think it has stayed. That's good. That's good.
Killed all the tornadoes. It took us so long to get across.
They're extinct in the D&D game.
Good.
We're adding that to the lore.
No tornadoes. None.
Ventus has slain all of the tornadoes. No more exist in this world.
50,000 tornadoes to live here. No, it's a ghost town.
Nice.
No, now it's a Keyblade graveyard.
A
50,000
Keyblade or
Ventuses
Keyblade?
used to live here. No, there's
Okay,
only
and then
like
we
5.
Save here. And we.
There you go. You've unlocked the final episode.
Hey!
Jesus
And
Christ.
create the save data. There you go. Now you choose continue, and you just
On the-
load up. The
You choose
final
continue on the
save.
title screen. Great game. How do I get there?
You gotta restart that.
Hey game. How do I get to the title menu? Hey game, would you like to tell me how I'm supposed to get to the title menu? That would be lovely. Hey!
I can't tell you, but do you know that you can press square to block?
Oh. Okay, we're fine. Sorry, I just needed to make
my
some...
coke out.
I just needed to make some funny noises for a second. You ever just need to make
No, we don't need to
noise?
start. We don't need to start a new game.
What's happening here?
Flamedrone
Flamedrone!
626 is rating with a party of 1.
Thank you for,
Keish
thank
and the
you for
gang
raid.
welcome you.
How's it going, Brun? How are you doing?
Wish you were here like 10 minutes ago with the tornadoes. You would have quickly left.
I don't think we start a new game. I think we continue the file it just made.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think we
Oh,
gotta
no.
go back to the menu again.
Oh no.
Quiche.
Okay, it's fine. Everything's fine. It's cool. We're great. We're doing great.
No! I want some quiche now. Everyone's talking about burgers now.
No quiche,
Burgers.
only quiche. Producer Destiny 2, nice. Spelling is hard, it's true. I understand. It's okay. Okay,
It's
okay.
fine.
We continue.
We simply go back to the
Final
menu.
Sorry. I do need to grab some more water because I am out again and I have to hydrate because I am screaming so much.
That makes
I'll be right
sense.
back.
That's fine. So everyone,
Had on the old throw.
how many tries does it take to kill this final boss with a level 24 Aqua? Let's
That's right.
find out. I remember Baby Me was playing this, and it was fucking hard as balls. And I was there for a while. But, you know, Keish just surprised
I
me.
barely remember this. I be on my third go, so it's probably incredibly hard. It's probably an Ice Town situation.
The question is, will a tornado again in real life show up to ruin this? Getting vengeance from earlier.
The second worst kind of tornado. The one that closes Subway for like a week. Or everything but Subway, and it was like very suspicious that Subway was still open when everyone's freezer had gone down and they had to throw all the stuff away.
Oh no.
What happened with Subway? Sorry, I had to take my headphones off for 2 seconds and then came back to something about Subway being suspicious.
Did Subway close when the tornado happened, or was it the only thing
Yes!
that was open and that was suspicious? Okay.
No, we thought it was the only thing open, and then Smiley tried to order me Subway sandwich a couple of times, and they kept being like, "No, no, we can't have
No.
that. No, no, just no." Yeah.
Ven needs a safe place.
Barium.
Yeah.
Sorry, my cursor is on the screen for my PlayStation 4s.
We need to find like a deserted castle to just sit him in a really big chair.
Can we?
Obviously.
Do you think Aurora would be cool with us, like, dumping Ven in her bed? And just being like, well, he's the Sleeping Beauty now, so keep him
Makes
there.
sense.
No, you littered my bridge of a giant dead dragon. Fuck
That's
you.
where you wanna go.
Where are we going?
I remember.
All will be revealed.
Oh no. It's broken.
Oh
The
no!
stinky boy.
Our castle! It's broken! What happened to Terra? Where is Terra in all of this?
He's been knotted.
He's a Nordic boy.
He's running around going, just whooshing back and forth.
Yeah.
Okay.
Of course. I
We
wouldn't
find out a
do
little
that
bit during this.
I promise you, I will bring Terra back. Only this time, you'll see he has what it takes to be a master.
Lingering Wills just sat in the grave. Okay, so that fight is just constantly happening in whatever the suit of armor is now. Not me trying to understand what's going on. I don't care. I've retracted my statement. I don't give a shit.
So is the two Terra now? Because the guy, the monster thing that Ansem summons is also Terra.
Yes?
Yeah.
How if we split Terra in two, like keeps happening with all the characters?
I mean, that would track.
And you find the Legion of Darkness at our doorstep.
Hi, Uncle Mark.
Take my keyblade and use it to lock this land away.
Now they don't have to look at the character model. It very much stands out to me. I think I was just always so distracted by how he looked that I was like, that's not Mark Hamill.
Terra's will is in the armor. Terra's body is knotted. Terra's will is also in the monster that Ansem summons. Oh, it's his hat. Right, okay. That's different from Will. It's completely, it's not an...
Again,
The
the question comes back to, do these people know what a heart is?
Yeah.
Their scientists are fucking dumb.
Have you seen Fall Lions?
You have a healthy beating toe there, my child. Good job. There you go.
It's like
In
Zoidberg.
Fall Lions, where he's trying to convince his friend that his hat and his head have switched. I didn't know what his hat is telling him is actually what his brain is telling him.
Well,
Travis didn't know that. Travis could have told me all about that.
If you're a Kingdom Hearts fan, you should
run
know
a
this
Kingdom
shit,
Hearts
right?
themed D&D game.
well, we're just locking this boy away here now.
Except here.
Have fun here, boy. Bye.
I know it's a lonely place, but you'll be safe.
I don't think he
Get him a-
cares.
Get him a blanket.
Back and wake you up before you know
Give him a
it.
new pillow. He's gonna wake up with the worst neck cramp imaginable.
They never find it, right? He's still just hanging out in a chair?
Yeah,
when you
they-
find
yeah,
him in
they-
3?
They can't find him because it's tied. He's tied to Sora's heart, so only Sora can find him. In this
The
place
last
that's about to
place
be
we'd ever
revealed.
look. He's like in the like hall of chairs, but he's like right at the bottom, and they never go down that far.
Wow, look, it's the Game Boy game. That place. Whoa.
Oh.
It's the Winchester Mansion.
An Organization 13 came here and was like, let's play a fucking card game. And then
This is
Sora showed up and was like,
stupid.
yo.
Stupid card games.
Tara.
We hate that.
Tell me where to find you.
Imagine
Also-
if you played Kingdom Hearts 3 and you'd never played all of
I
the
actually would love to see
games.
someone not play the other games.
No.
And just like 15 Ventuses are just, 15 Roxases are running around and you're like, what is going on? Am I having a stroke?
Call the Bondulance of having a strong.
Put the Keyblade on.
No, I don't think I will.
I
will. I
recommend that
absolutely-
you do. Because
No, we
it's
do.
pretty good.
Also, can I smash any of my moves?
Hey, Smash?
I've looked around. I've asked myself, am I safe to smash? The answer is yes. Okay.
Depends on the stage. A lot of OSHA violations.
So many OSHA violations.
Let's go.
Did every stage have OSHA violations?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, none of them have like guardrails or anything,
None.
right?
None of them were safe.
Not in this whole game are you safe to smash.
No. Oh, look, it's the Norded boy.
Tara.
That's not. What are you?
Tara, you're really stressed.
He bleached his hair and
I'm
got a
gray.
tan.
Don't touch my. What the fuck?
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Well, this is fine, I guess.
Hot. Not in public, though, Tara. Tara.
Such a terrible, dark.
Such a stank.
Fuck, you stank. Oh.
Tara, please.
Tara, you say?
Mr. Tree Trunk Legs.
The armor memory fucked him.
Bonked him on the head, and then he lost his memory.
His heart has been extinguished,
You've done your last.
smothered by the darkness within.
What?
Not the darkness.
Stank.
My name is Master Aqua. Now return my friend's heart, or pay the price.
Okay,
No.
I don't think we're gonna. Oh, he's already vanished.
Already
We're
in
done.
Ah!
the sign.
I leave. Why is I haven't played as her for 2 seconds and I've already forgotten everything. What are you doing?
That's a block. What?
Well then.
Welcome to the
Damn.
final boss.
Mission
Well
failed.
then.
We'll get him
Yeah.
next time.
That's right. Oi, Susie.
We'll get him next time.
Oh,
Oi, Susie.
Okay,
Pops him on the head.
as well.
Yeah.
what are you doing, you dumbass?
That's the block, Kesh.
I have my left analog stick as far over to the right as possible. And she said, no, we're not doing anything. Oh.
Oh god, he does.
Yeah. It's just the same boss fight again.
But it was S the first time.
Yeah.
I'm scared.
Don't be scared, he can smell it.
I'm scared. Stop. 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 Stop.
You see, that was your first mistake. You stopped pressing the dodge button.
I didn't actually. While she was doing her move, I was hitting dodge constantly so that the second she was done, I could dodge again. But
No, but you see, you have to be dodging 100% of the time. You just can't
Can we
attack.
just stand there and block, like, the whole time?
Oh.
Because I'm more of a block masher than a dodge masher in this series.
I think you can.
well, if she would fucking do it,
Yeah,
that
she'll
would be
do it.
cool.
Especially for his like Arcanum, you can block that, and he's like, "What?"
Oh, he bounces it back, but it like
Yeah.
misses because he dodges it and goes. "Whoa."
If he does like the big stream one, you can reflect all of that back. So standoff. Do a move. Watch what I'll do. Oh! Oh!
Holy shit, he just deleted himself.
Yeah, it's great. It
I
also forces
literally,
him to
in
stop
Kingdom
and
Hearts
stop
2,
shooting you.
I swapped from mashing dodge to mashing block, and it changed my life. This series just got so much easier. To be honest, it's Kingdom Hearts 2, so it might have actually just been reflect.
Reflect is so fucking good.
Sir, you can't just punch me in the back.
He's evil.
No.
With that combo, Jesus.
What the fuck?
Yeah, having the. I think we only have like. We have the last hit with this one, second chance or whatever. I don't think we
Didn't
did.
get with anyone.
We did it with Ventus.
Did we?
Yeah.
Oh, that's lovely.
Wish it stayed between characters. That would have been nice.
Wish it just gave you it instead of having to roll it on a dice.
Yeah, or just give Keyblades like skills, and then the more you use the Keyblade, you level it up, and then you can keep it on permanently. That would be great. You just slap that ass.
He had an urgent. I agree. Watch out, he's gonna hurt.
We're okay.
I'm sorry, I just like urgent. It was good. It made me happy.
Aqua, you dumb cunt!
Quite a long delay after you roll before you can block. Huh?
Yeah, there is.
I hate her. I hate her so much. Oh my god. I am sick of this bitch's shit. Aqua!
No.
Do it again!
Shayla! Shayla, you bitch!
Oh!
You have to be prepared to block it. You can't dodge and block.
Can't dodge and then block.
You can dodge
Gotta
into
pick one
dodge
or
just
the other.
fine,
Yeah.
but you can't dodge into
You either
block.
dodge and dodge or you just block.
Here's the thing, I never know what the fuck he's gonna do, because sometimes he'll dodge twice, other times he'll dodge 5 times, sometimes he just combos me into oblivion!
He's done this. He's done Armageddon 3 times in a row, so you have to stop.
Please.
Going
That costs
too ham.
2 command decks. You can't do that.
No matter what I do, he's still gonna dodge and smack my ass?
No way you could smash that many moves together to get 3 of those. Unbelievable.
What a tryhard. What a sweat lord. He's been grinding and smashing moves for hours.
All day, all week, possibly.
Yeah, the fact they programmed this boss to just spam dodge for anything you do is the most stupidest shit in the world.
Even when he's dodging his own things, he still laughs at them. Yeah, none of Aqua's moves can hit the man. Like, none of the moves she learns will hit the man
It
without
hit there,
trading.
but you, I think he wins to trade. This is one of those fights where you just get a billion Thunder Surges and you just spam that.
Bounce his bullets back and use fucking, what's it? Firaga, whatever. Whenever he's
Fireburst.
just walking slowly,
Yeah. Yeah, no, and I think that's what we're doing. I think we're in it for the long haul. We're just gonna tap him every so often.
Oh, tippy tap.
Tippy toe tap.
Just a touch.
Smidge.
No, 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 no! That goes for too long.
He just got bored and healed. Yeah, can't wait any longer. I'm sorry, guy. You just didn't have to. Oh.
No.
Unbelievable. Shoot some bullets, you nerd.
Why did you stop?
Shooting aim does nothing with like triple Fire Aggro and triple Blizzaga. He just dodges them 100% of the time.
Yeah, but it gets him to move.
Do we want that? We could just
Sometimes, because otherwise he's just standing there.
Yeah, we'll just charge up Fire Aggro Burst while he just stands there.
Get bored though.
Yeah, that's how he gets you.
Mana's gonna bore me to death. Come on!
He's just standing. He's just not. Maybe can we use diplomacy? I don't think he wants to fight.
He doesn't want to talk. He just wants to laugh at me. Fuck off.
Yeah, later in the fight, the triple stuff will be better, but right now it's just not. It's not there, Chief.
Stop!
It's fine. We're not Terra. We can dodge that all day.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I don't want to.
He does sometimes get a free hit on you right as your guard goes down, if you block his shots. Because that's the kind of game this is.
Yeah.
You get punished for successfully blocking his move and reflecting it back at him. Just a little tap to keep you on your toes.
I want to be on my toes. I want the man to be dead.
What if the man were dead? Heck.
Oh, this is stupid. I don't want to just stand around and not do anything, but I have to.
You could also
Kill
you
me.
could always
Just
go
kill
out
me.
and get Fire Surge, and then you can do that move and it should work.
I guess.
The video that I looked up, the kit he runs is literally all Fire Surge and then a couple triple Fire Agas, and then that's it. That's his whole kit.
You just have to change all of your moves because nothing works on the man. Cool.
Pandaga did something when he's standing still, at least, but it's one
Yeah,
hit.
Pandaga were doing good. He kept walking very slowly into it.
And I think you also have your counter move that you haven't put on when you block.
Why was the save button doing that? Did you see that?
That's normal.
It was aggressively flashing. Also, what?
Yeah,
What?
just a little flash in.
For your block, I think you should have your barrier skill. You should have the counter if you go below it. No, I guess that is something you find. It's fine.
Or was
It's not
it-
that big a deal for this fight.
Oh, it's so weird. Land, I am hitting triangle. You have to land. You are legally obligated to land.
Yeah, it's just a fight of reflecting and just a war of attrition.
You just hang out and we'll wait for him to get bored and make the mistake.
Here we go.
It's fine.
Well,
Countering's bad if the move that they're using lasts so long that they just keep hitting you after you're done countering.
well,
Yeah.
Which is a lot of the time.
I wish
Countering
the
is good
camera.
if you block his R's Solum, you can do the counter attack just fine, and it blasts him away.
Just gotta not counter
yeah.
until the end of it.
You don't counter the dark pellets though. If you block his thing, it just makes him go like it just dinks off of the thing if you do it at the startup.
Well, can't get out of that. He has to do all of the hits. I wish the fucking camera would stop focusing on Aqua's ass anytime she does a fucking move. I need to keep an eye on where the man is.
Elden Ring, eat your heart out. This game is way harder, man.
Stop! D-Locky, stop! What did I just say? No.
My god. He's cracked out of his mind.
Can you do that move when I'm like ready for it? Do it!
Do it, you coward.
Do
Get
it!
the dagger him while he's standing there menacingly. You can't dodge the daggers, good.
Well, until he does.
Did that time.
It's not a great
Nice
place
one.
to do that.
You didn't dodge good.
Okay.
Yeah, this is like the
He
worst
dodged the
design
whole-
boss fight.
This is ass.
Yeah.
Yeah, you have to base. Like, I think auto attack works. That's about it. You just have to like block and hit him, or use Fire Surge to punish some of his moves. I'm afraid he doesn't block immediately and counter you.
Oh, like instant dodge into into fucking Azarcanum before
Yeah.
you could react. So we're having that problem with Terra. As soon as like one of his toes touch the ground, after he's knocked into the air, he can instantly dash. And if he clips you with the dash, you just in there for the ride while he does Azarcanum. If he feels like doing that right after.
Aqua! Move!
Could try shotlocking him while he's just kind of hanging out. Or are we serving that?
I'm not... So I'm gonna do that, and then he's immediately gonna, like, teleport away, and I don't think it's gonna hit him? Is
Well,
the
yeah,
problem.
he'll definitely teleport, but surely some of it will clip him.
Will
Yeah, like
it,
one or two
though?
hits.
Yeah.
Does anyone want to find out?
I think y'all are being a little too generous with this. Do it, though.
Let's see.
No.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Nope. I hit the wrong button because I got scared.
You hit him a few times. He's on his second alpha. Everything's fine.
Slowly starting his stuff again. Firing more dark pellets. What
again.
will the man think of next?
Shit.
Also them.
Sir! I wish the camera would do literally
Why
anything
does it do
intelligent.
that? Why is it like that?
I'm locked onto the man for a reason so that my camera stays centered on him, but it says, what if
It's
actually
fun-
we take him very far away?
It's started behind you. It spun all the way behind him, and then it spun all the way behind you again, right as you were starting to adjust to it. Like, they did it wrong as a joke. It's the only explanation. They couldn't have got it this wrong unless they were doing it on purpose.
Oh, he's in shadow
Oh.
demon butthole mode.
Fuck!
Going swan here.
Where are you? I don't go towards him, Aqua!
Oh my
We
God,
don't
we
want
have to
that!
injured him.
No, I need him to go away so I can... I need him to menacingly walk around over there so I can
he's
heal!
jogging now. He's menacingly jogging. This is
Phase
phase
2.
I love this dodge.
It's the dodge.
Yeah, right, bro.
It's very silly.
Oh, cool. One hit kill.
Now that combo kills.
I'm trying one more time, and if it doesn't work, then we're done. And we're done! All done,
I mean,
and it's
you
beaten!
can also do the whole the cheap strat of you do a bar and then you quick save and then you reload it if you die.
No, because I forget that quick saves are a thing, and that's just gonna fuck me up even more, honestly!
Oh. God, he don't even take any damage, and he dodges
No.
his instant dodge on everything that always... It's so bad.
Yeah, no, we're very underleveled as well.
Yeah, that's the main thing, right? Like, we die off one touch in his second form. And we need to grind to fix that, and we finished the game. No
Grinding
more
sucks.
grinding. Yeah.
Grinding is so slow in this game.
Not for much longer, Travis. What do you mean nonsense? You know all the things about Kingdom Hearts now. You know how it all makes sense actually when you.
You're the Kingdom Master for the D&D.
You're a conspiracy wall of just pictures of Ventus. Or are they Roxas? Who knows?
Or are they all Sora?
Sora has different hair.
But
But there
he's
is
part
also
of-
an evil Sora.
You
Wait,
take
no,
some strands of Sora's
Phineas-
hair out, and then you make a
Phineas is
Ventus.
Sora but with black hair, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Enough!
No. That was the wrong thing, buddy. You were supposed to get hit by that.
He's in... What? 4 X's? That's crazy. It's in Organization 52. Oh, that's just better. Cool.
Yeah. It's also not the move that I wanted to do, but she said actually it is. You dumb bitch. I wish it stayed, like, locked on during the whole thing so I could see if I actually hit the man or not. But, you know.
No.
No, that's what the health bar is for. Just see if that goes down.
It doesn't.
Yeah. Goes down maybe a pixel.
Never goes down. He's fucking indestructible. He has infinite health. And he dodges 95% of all moves. Oh no, all consumed by darkness.
None of those hit. They all went away.
Yeah, they just went away. They wanted
weren't
to be
feeling
free.
it.
Please.
Just little footsteps, little Echo's tap shoes on the pavement forever.
Do it again. No!
I'll get hit by 2 and then I'll leave.
Okay.
Do it again!
Disney. Square.
Zara. Almost lost the health bar. There's so much egg on his face when his health bar goes down to the second
Like,
health
what?
bar of 5.
He'll get stinky.
Didn't really need to do that, but I was scared.
You have lost.
Camera,
Crazy
do
mad now.
something.
No, he's still walking. Camera, don't do the things you are doing. They are wrong. Do
For
other things.
real. I'm like as much fighting against the man as I am the camera, and it's very frustrating. Well, that could have been worse.
Chaos Dragoon. Would you like chaos? Chaos!
That why did I hit that button? Why did I do that?
I think he's starting to go mad from this video game.
Oh, cool! It didn't lock on. Love that. That's great. Cool. 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 Cool.
That one did more damage I
Fine,
think,
it
because it
holds.
didn't lock on.
Stupid.
Despite
Stupid.
his actual ass. If anything, actually, the second, like, the third phase of this fight, after this bit, is actually the easiest part of the fight, because he actually gets hit by shit.
Oh, nice.
I don't know about that.
Okay, past the phase 2 where he one-shots you.
If he's in stinky hand mode, yeah. You just
Okay.
literally tickle him to death the whole time and pray for the best.
Cannot tank his hits. That is not a possibility.
No.
Ah! Just gonna keep making weirder and weirder noises as I get progressively more and more frustrated.
This ain't D&D, but it nearly is.
Okay, we're running now.
Phase 2.
What are you doing?
What? It's fine. Yeah, you can, like I said, you can stop him during his Arzurkinum.
Again,
you can whack him.
the problem is, it doesn't happen when I'm telling her to, and so it gets like that! I was moving! And so there's the panic of that's not what I was planning on doing, and I can't follow through because I wasn't anticipating that from myself. Sir, you have to leave me alone. Okay, this is harassment?
Like, this just proves they knew Terrace Dodge was ass, so they just made his stronger.
No, 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 no.
His Azarcanum into Azarcanum combo it's a lot.
Disgusting. No.
Yeah. I think one of those went back at him.
What?
I don't know if he dodged it.
Probably dodged. That's what he likes to do.
Just like to dodge. It's his favorite thing.
It was mostly me trying to, like, test the...
Nah, it worked.
Like, the timing there?
Yeah.
Just to see if I would get a chance between him doing the first Dark Volley and the second one. Stop. You have to stop doing that. You have to stop doing that move. That move is illegal. You can't do that move into that move into that move.
I mean, if you get far away enough, you can actually probably hit him with triple fire Aga.
Shit.
Oh. It's a tough spacing.
Yeah!
Nicely done.
I need to be closer to him when I'm doing that. I understand.
Just bait those and then bring it back. I love that one reflect did as much health as you have done this whole entire time.
Right? Shit.
We do
Nope.
no damage. The only thing that can hurt him is himself.
Yep. This fight is just so block intensive. Like, if you're good at blocking, this fight is really easy. If you're not, then this fight takes 5 years.
Hey guy, shoot your gun. No reason.
No reason whatsoever. You're not
I
gonna
hope he
learn from
didn't
your
shoot his
stupid
gun.
mistakes.
We'd be destroyed. Oh, saw the camera just get caught on the wall there and just start turning.
Yup. No. Half of the wall ate half of those.
He's just standing there.
Okay.
Find out we just dodge forever until he's out of his tantrum.
Yup.
You'll do his thing, and then we reflect it back. It's fine.
And then get some kind of horrible gamer injury from pressing the dodge button this many times.
My thumb is in so much pain. Wasn't close enough, but that's okay.
Okay.
Okay, and then now.
Yeah!
There's so much damage!
There's so much fucking damage! We cracked the code.
Shit! Shit!
Do we have D-Link?
You have D-Link.
Yeah, but can I get there? Yes.
Nice.
D-Link scares me
Oh,
just
he's
because
meteors now.
it's so many steps. Fuck.
It's fine. Just get close.
Nope.
Oh, I can
He
dodge it
didn't care
now.
that time.
And he's healing!
Oh yeah, he heals.
Definitely now.
Fuck! Okay, we're done. I said we were done, so we're done.
Yeah.
That's
the
it.
end of the game.
Cool, we beat
That
it!
was a good
Everything's
last
great!
attempt, though.
I might do it off stream
did.
just because this game is not better than me. Fuck this game. That takes so long.
Yeah. That's why I was like, if we want to hope to do that, we have to actually grind before this stream.
It's fine.
It was fine. We proved that if you wanted to, you could just shoot back a shit and pretty much kill him.
Yeah.
Another 2 or 3 of those, and he would have fucking died.
Another 40 hours of running around in circles, watching him use care on himself, and occasionally reflecting his bullets.
Right.
Yeah.
It has
And
been a 4-hour
it's
stream.
been
I
done.
will I will say though, Travis, I've been very good about hydrating. This is like my 4th glass of water. And I've gotten up a number of times. I got a snack earlier. We've been doing good about it, but I do appreciate it. Anyway, I'm done. We're done.
We did.
My turn next.
It's your turn
Oh
next.
yeah.
But also go
Let's
get
see.
baby. Go get baby, Travis. I might do this off stream and beat it and record it and just to be like, look, I fucking did it.
And they hit
Because
cutscene after that where Venice goes in Sora's hat and it's just
There's a cutscene. If you
It's
want,
like,
if you
hey, I
want to
live
be
in
up
you
to
now.
date on your lore, look up this fight. That's your homework between this stream and the next stream. Like me when I was playing Chain of Memories, and you had to do the homework of look up the Riku story because I wasn't playing through the game again.
I did actually
Oh.
play through the one on the Game Boy.
Yeah, so
now,
you can check out
forgot that,
Fruities.
You know,
Yeah.
there's a lot to play out there.
But yeah, that's all we're gonna do for today. And I'm not taking suggestions for a raid. We're gonna go say hi to Stars because they are playing Cozy Grove, which I've been playing in my spare time, like off stream, and it's been very nice. It's like if Animal Crossing were engaging and cute and for adults. So, you know, and by for adults I mean it talks about death and shit.
You can rip off your neighbor's fucking head.
Yeah, no, all the villagers are bears, but they're ghosts. And you just have to help them be cool with being dead, and it's real nice. It's just a very nice, chill game. So we are gonna do that. And I'm officially free from. Why isn't my sub raid working? Hey, bot. Did I spell it right?
Uh-oh.
I did. It's fine. It did it the second time. Discord did the thing. Oh, I understand. Fruity stopped watching the stream and then got booted from the call. So
This
that's
got thing again.
there you are. It's been a minute since that's happened.
Yeah.
Okay. But yeah, we're gonna go say hi to Stars, our good, darling, lovely friend Stars. Thank you everyone for being here. Thank you for all the raids and the support and the love while I lost my fucking mind to this very horrible video game. Yeah. Usual stream stuff for the weekend, I assume, probably. And I just got an ad on Twitch with Mark Hamill in it, so that's neat. Anyway, take care, friends. Go follow Sylvia, Nem, and Fruity if you don't already. I don't know why the fuck you wouldn't at this point, but go do that. So yeah. Alright. Goodbye. I'm just